feel like if you're going to be putting in so much effort, because it's much more involved than just steeping regular tea, I make a great big batch, and then I stash it in the fridge, and whenever a craving calls, I just warm it in the microwave, and you have about 7 cups.
All right, Joy. Well, thank you much. We are ready for the weekend.
I know,
Thank
cozy.
you.
Yummy,
We
yummy, yummy.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Joy.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Happy New Year, everyone. Today, I am toasting a healthier 2021 with 2 scrumptious spins on toast. First, an addictive chocolate peanut butter spread. The secret ingredient is this peanut powder, and you can find this in the grocery store, or you could order it online, and it is packed with protein. Next, cocoa powder, which is filled with brain-boosting flavonoids, some sugar, and a pinch of salt. And then I'm gonna add 6 to 8 tablespoons of water. And this is going to mix together to create the creamiest, dreamiest chocolate peanut butter spread. Just keep stirring, and look at this, guys, it transforms into a delicious, lick the spoon, addictive spread. And now we are ready to build our toast. Putting a nice, generous amount of my chocolate peanut butter spread right on the toast. I'm gonna top it with potassium-packed bananas. And really, you could put whatever fruit you want on top. And of course, the bananas have potassium, they have fiber. And on this slice, I'm also gonna add some vitamin C-rich strawberries for extra flavor and extra nutrition. And the best part, guys, there is so much chocolate peanut butter sauce left over for dipping. And now for some savory satisfaction. Caprese toast. It's a classic combo that is completely customizable. And I'm starting with the bottom base of mashed avocado. And avocado is great because it's loaded with heart-healthy fat, it's got potassium, and it's got a lot of fiber too. So I'm just mashing this down as our first layer, and you probably know what comes next. Lycopene-rich tomatoes. They also have vitamin C, which boosts the immune system. And I'm putting on mozzarella, which adds some calcium. And last but not least, just some torn basil leaves, which makes the kitchen smell so good. This is one layered tower of deliciousness. But one more thing. I like to drizzle on a balsamic glaze right over the top. And if you can't find balsamic glaze, you could also take regular balsamic vinegar and you can reduce it in a small saucepan over a low heat for about 10-20 minutes and it will thicken right up. And that's what I call a toast to a healthy 2021.
Yum.
Those look good.
Those are doable.
We need to do that this weekend. Joy, thanks so much. Coming up, we're going to give you those recipes at today.com/food, and we'll be right back.
is Superfood Friday, and we have a twist for you on a takeout favorite.
Here to make egg roll bowls. Today, nutritionist and our pal, Joy Bauer. Good morning, Joy.
Good morning, guys. Oh my goodness. I wish you could smell how fabulous it is in my kitchen right now. I mean, this is when we need smell-o-vision. I think you're going to love this one.
So it's like a deconstructed egg roll, kind of turned stir-fried.
Right. And it has all of those Asian flavors that we love and we crave, but I'm cutting the carbs and I'm bumping up the protein.
Okay.
So here, what I've started with, I blasted shiitake mushrooms with some heat. And what I love about these mushrooms, they're loaded with antiviral properties. And if you can't find shiitake, certainly you can use baby bella, or you could use button mushrooms, anything goes. Next, this is just a store-bought bag of pre-shredded coleslaw mix because the star is really the shredded cabbage.
Okay.
And cabbage is loaded with vitamin C, but it also has it's part of the cruciferous family of vegetables, so it has compounds that are being studied for cancer prevention. And typically, I would let this wilt down and become a little bit more tender for about 3 minutes, but I'm going to fly through this, and you're going to see how easy it is. Next, lean ground turkey meat. So this is just 1 pound. You could certainly use a lean ground sirloin if you want, or you can use ground chicken. And it's all about the marinades. It's all about the flavor.
Well, I was just about to ask you, because right there, it could go a number of ways with the taste. How do you get it to taste like, you know, a traditional egg roll?
That's exactly right. So all this is, I'm sprinkling on 2 teaspoons of ground ginger, 2 teaspoons of garlic powder, a little bit of salt. And if you want to kick up the heat, you can also put in crushed red pepper flakes. And now for the wet marinade, this is just reduced sodium soy sauce, a little bit of rice vinegar, and we have a dash of sesame oil. And you're just going to cook this and break it up. And I'm going to bring you over to my counter and show you what the finished product looks like. So if you can imagine, in 20 minutes, this is done. So come on with me. Oh, Cole Bauer,
Joy,
come
impressive.
over here.
2-camera shoot. Wow.
It's all about Ian Bauer. And I have a real taste tester. Cole Bauer is in the house right now.
Cole.
Show what you're eating.
Cole can't
He
hear
doesn't
us.
have the air
Yeah, we heard. He's so cute.
And he's going in with chopsticks. Very good.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. I'm going to garnish it. Look, it's all shredded just like the real McCoy. It's like the inside of an egg roll. And can you see that?
I could eat a whole bowl of that right now.
And really quickly, Joy, you've got a homemade duck sauce.
Okay, we need the duck sauce. 3 ingredients, Al. All it is, this is an all-fruit apricot jam, 3/4 cup, and I'm adding in a tablespoon of soy sauce and a tablespoon of rice vinegar. And once again, if you want to kick up that heat, like Joy Bauer, you put in a little bit of red pepper flakes. All you do is you mix this up. It is so tangy. It is so sweet, and it just like brings it over the top. I'm going to show you. This is one I just whipped up that Cole's been eating.
That is fantastic.
But Cole is so
Joy,
lucky.
That is so terrific. And you could use that
Cole,
later.
come on back.
Any leftovers you could probably throw into an omelet or a frittata.
Oh,
really
yeah.
great. Joy, thank you
And you
so
know-
much. Cole, thank you. For more recipes, go to today.com/food.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. It is Superfood Friday, and today nutritionist Joy Bauer is putting a spin on 2 easy comfort food recipes. Take a look.
Hey guys, today we're making scrumptious, wholesome recipes using a muffin tin. First up is a mac and cheese butternut squash. So here I've roasted butternut squash cubes in the oven at 400 for about 25 minutes to get them super soft. And I just take a fork and I mash them so they're the consistency of mashed potatoes. And we're gonna start our indulgent cheese sauce. I'm adding 1 cup of low-fat milk, half a teaspoon onion powder, 1/4 teaspoon of dry mustard, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of paprika. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. And now you have the option to add a few drops of your favorite hot sauce. Bring this to a gentle simmer. My milk is starting to gently bubble. Turn off the heat, and I'm gonna add 2 cups of 2% sharp cheddar. Mix it so all the cheese melts throughout. We've got all of this luscious whipped butternut squash, and I'm gonna mix it right in the pot. And 1 tablespoon of softened butter. And now I'm adding my sauce right into my pasta. One thing, it's important to cook the pasta, your elbows, al dente, because remember, it's gonna cook again in the oven. I'm adding in 1 large beaten egg. Now we take our muffin tin, and I'm gonna take 1/2 cup scoops to fill my compartments. I'm gonna top them with a little grated Parmesan cheese. And they go in the oven at 350 for about 20 minutes. I let these sit and firm for about 5-10 minutes. Pop them out with a knife or a spoon. I mean, good for you mac and cheese that you can eat with your hands. And now we're making 3 ingredient candy bars that'll really hit the sweet spot. Chocolate peanut butter crunch cups. 2 cups of semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips. 2 cups of crispy rice cereal, although you can use any high-fiber whole grain cereal, and 1/4 cup of a creamy nut butter. I'm using peanut butter. So first, I'm going to melt the chocolate, either using a double boiler or in the microwave. Now I'm just adding in 1/4 cup of my creamy peanut butter. Using semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips will provide flavanols, which helps to keep our arteries healthy, our heart, our brain healthy. Now I'm just adding in my brown rice cereal. You can see this is like a crispy, puffed brown rice cereal, and mix until all of the cereal is coated. And we are ready for our muffin tin. And distribute the chocolatey, peanut buttery goodness. I just wet my fingers so they don't stick to the chocolate, and I press down to firm the shape. And just one more thing. You can sprinkle some coarse sea salt or kosher salt right over the top. Then I stash these in the fridge to firm up for about 30 minutes. As you can see, I've already dug into 2. Guys, I love this recipe so much. It's totally indulgent, perfectly portion control. You just pop them right out of the compartment. I mean, come on, you definitely want a bite of that.
And we can eat the whole thing?
I know. Well, you see us leaning forward as if that's going to help.
One day we'll get food again, I hope.
know. For these recipes and more, just head to today.com/food. We'll be right back.
I'm a New Yorker and I grew up on bagels. Of course, everybody knows from my accent that I'm from New York. I was on a mission to make a bagel with protein and fiber, and I experimented with a few different combinations, but this one is the winner. The real superstar in this recipe is hands down Greek yogurt. The non-fat Greek yogurt brings so much protein to the table, and that's why each of these delicious bagels has 10 grams of protein. That's like unheard of for a bagel.
Ready for joy. I'm ready for joy. Are you ready for joy? I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready for joy.
I love bagels. I was brought up on bagels. I love all types of bagels, onion bagels, garlic bagels, everything bagels, and cinnamon raisin bagels. Knowing that they're basically a big pile of starch, I wanted to figure out a way to make a bagel that had a bunch of protein in it, a bunch of fiber in it, and I think I hit the winning combination. You start with 2 cups of whole wheat flour, 1 tablespoon of baking soda, 1 tablespoon of chia seeds. Whenever I can, I love to add a little sprinkle of chia seeds right into the mix. So chia seeds are filled with protein, fiber, and omega-3s. And the cool thing about chia seeds is that these little tiny seeds swell up to 9 times their size in your stomach. So they can help keep you feeling full for a long time. And 1 teaspoon of kosher salt. And now we're gonna turn this into a batter. I'm adding 2 cups of non-fat, thick Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt has more than twice the amount of protein compared to traditional yogurt. Now, because this dough is a little bit sticky, you're gonna want some extra flour close by. And then you jump in with your hands. This is really fun for your kids. I'm gonna dump this right onto the counter. So look how great this looks. We have a nice, consistent, firm dough ball. Now I'm gonna flatten this out just a little bit, and I'm gonna prepare the cinnamony goodness. 1 tablespoon of cinnamon mixed with 3 tablespoons of packed brown sugar. I'm gonna sprinkle this on. We're gonna knead it in. And now for the finale, I'm gonna add a 1/4 cup to a 1/2 cup of raisins. Now I'm gonna cut my dough into 8 even pieces. So you're gonna take each of the pieces and you're gonna roll a log, and then you put them right on the parchment paper. And now I'm just gonna pop them in the oven, set at 350 for 25 minutes. These look amazing. They're perfect. Let them cool, and then we're ready for some toppings. Look at that swirl. Is that awesome? I'm gonna add some light cream cheese. This is so good. I could have this for breakfast or dessert.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I love this Penne alla vodka because it delivers that indulgent, rich flavor that everybody loves, but it's light and it's healthy. When I came home and I announced to my family that I was taking on Penne alla vodka, they cheered. The first thing I did was I swapped out white pasta or penne for whole grain because you're automatically getting more fiber and it's going to be more filling. And with all of the sauce smothered on top, you don't even taste the difference.
Ready for joy. I'm ready for joy. Are you ready for joy? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for joy.
This recipe was originally a challenge from one of our awesome viewers. And when I came home and I announced to my family that I was taking on Penne alla vodka, they literally shrieked. Everybody was so happy. My kids are like, Mom is making Penne alla vodka? Because it's one of those things that you order out in an Italian restaurant knowing that it's an indulgent splurge. But really, I figured out how to lighten it up and maintain the signature flavor, and everybody loved it. I'm adding the shallots to the pan, and I'm gonna saute them over medium heat for about 5 minutes until they get soft, translucent, super aromatic. The kitchen is gonna start to smell unbelievable. So this recipe is not only delicious, it's actually really good for you. First, starting with the shallots, they're part of the onion family, and they contain prebiotics which aid in digestion. They smell so divine, they're so easy to work with. You gotta pick up shallots. Now, adding our garlic. And you're just gonna saute the garlic for about 2 minutes. And now for the star of our show, the booze. So it's very important that you lower the heat on your pan because you don't want to ignite a big flame when you put the alcohol in. We're gonna saute this just for a minute or two and deglaze as it sizzles. So all of the yummy flavors come together. And at this point, the alcohol is evaporating, so if you are serving it for kids, you're totally fine. And in terms of the vodka, definitely stick with just 1/4 cup. I know it's the signature ingredient in the dish, but if you put in too much, you're gonna ruin the whole meal. Adding 2 cups of marinara sauce, and you can use any favorite brand that you have in the house. If you wanna make your own homemade, go for it. So let's talk about marinara sauce. Marinara sauce is loaded with cooked tomatoes. And the cool thing about cooked tomatoes is that they have a compound called lycopene. So not only does it deliver great taste, it's actually really good for your health as well. Now, if you want to make your own marinara sauce, amazing. Truth be told, I generally buy the store-bought brands, and I look for any kind of brand that has no more than 7 grams of sugar per half cup serving. And there are loads of them on the market. And I'm adding 1/4 cup of half and half. Now, in the restaurant, they tend to use a lot of heavy cream, and half is a combination of heavy cream and whole milk. But you're maintaining that signature, rich, indulgent, creamy texture. And we're gonna let this simmer for about 10 minutes. Instead of traditional white pasta, I'm using whole grain pasta for more filling fiber. But for people that are looking to cut back on their carbs, it's so easy to make the sauce and then mix it with zoodles, which are zucchini noodles, or even spaghetti squash. Now we're gonna add the cheese that's gonna make it nice and creamy. Half a cup of part skim ricotta, 1/4 cup of really good aged Parmesan, 3/4 of a teaspoon of kosher salt, and 1/4 teaspoon of ground black pepper. Let's just stir this together. And you can see we're creating that signature pink color. I create the creamy texture from combining the perfect mix of part skim ricotta instead of full fat and Parmesan cheese. I use the real McCoy there, and if you could pick up a really good brand, it's going to drive great flavor, and this is ready for the pasta. Now, what I like to do for the finishing touches, I add a little bit of crushed red pepper flakes, I add extra Parmesan cheese and some fresh basil. And there you have it, penne alla vodka that you could feel good about eating. I like to serve great big bowls to my family. And I would love for you to taste this because people need to believe that this is actually delicious and creamy. Isn't that delicious?
Really good. Mm-hmm.
And it's easy enough to toss together on a hectic weeknight or fancy enough to serve for guests at a dinner party. You gotta try this. Mmm.
Chicken yassa has been my totemic dish. It's my good luck dish, in a way. Lemons are non-threatening, ditto chicken, ditto onions, and I think for that reason it is a dish that hops or leaps over the taste barricades that people might otherwise have. It also surprises people. Oh, this can't be African. This can't be from West Africa, because it's not what people expect. It's not what people think. My name is Jessica Harris. I use my middle initial B as in boy, so I'm Jessica B. Harris, and I'm a food historian. I have, for the past 30 plus years, lived here in what I like to refer to as the People's Independent Republic of Brooklyn. My parents met and married in Brooklyn. I started writing about food in the late 1970s as the travel editor for Essence magazine. Why did I gravitate towards studying cuisines of the African diaspora? Well, I think if you look at me, some of that is probably obvious. It is the world in which I grew up. It's the food I grew up eating. But it's also the world in which I have done much of my traveling, and it is the world of my academic study. I always paraphrase Zora Neale Hurston, who used to say that she looked at the world through the spyglass of anthropology. A food historian looks at arguably history, certainly the world, through the spyglass of food. When I started writing about food, it was a very different landscape. First of all, food to pretty much everyone meant French, or at the very least European. Italy kind of came in along with the Mediterranean diet, and then Spain followed Italy, and it was Barbara Trapp, Julia Child, Paula Wolfert, Nancy Harmon Jenkins, a variety of women who each established sort of culinary bailiwicks, if you will, and who talked about food within those contexts. Then gradually it expanded, and people like Barbara Trapp brought in China, and then you got Chinese food, and then that brought other Asian foods, Japanese food, and so on and so forth. And then we see South America coming in, but we've never really seen the African Atlantic world on plates, on tables, in any of this. So I've been, fighting the good fight. My first food TV appearance was 36 years ago. And that was just wacko.
Our second author in our Hot and Spicy Foods is Jessica Harris. She's just come out with her first book. It's entitled Hot Stuff, right? What dish is this you brought
This
for
is chicken yassa, poulet yassa from Senegal in West Africa.
Chicken yassa?
Yassa, yes.
I cooked it myself. I cooked it at home. There was no food stylist involved. It was my very first television appearance for my very first cookbook.
Should I have a plate or use my fingers?
Oh, well, you can do it either way.
Mother said if it has a bone in it, it's finger food.
It's finger food.
Well, I think a lot of things have changed in food media just in the past year, 2 years, certainly following the Black Lives Matter and George Floyd and everything that has kind of exploded into the front of the mind consciousness, if you will, of the general public. You begin to see a growth of awareness of the importance of the African American chef, of the importance of the African American hand in the cooking pots of this country, and in fact, of this hemisphere. And just because I like to be contentious, and arguably the world. Yassa appears in many, I don't know how many, but many of my cookbooks. It's because it's my good luck recipe. Certainly I'd had stewed chicken, I'd had grilled chicken, I'd had onions that had been sauteed, I'd had lemon juice or lime juice, but I never had them all together. So I think it was the conjoining of them in some factor. Yassa is from the southern part of Senegal. Senegal is a country where the main grain, traditionally, certainly in the south, is rice. And yassa is a dish that is served with rice. I describe it as a connector because the familiar and the unfamiliar. The dish that speaks to that kind of invisible, but sometimes intuited umbilicus, if you will, between the African continent and the American hemisphere. So it's a dish I first tasted when I was in Senegal in 1972, which was my first trip I was going. A girlfriend was supposed to go with me. She canceled at the last moment, and my mother joined me on the trip. Now, my mother was sort of my culinary secret weapon. She had amazing taste buds. She was actually trained as a dietitian and could taste a dish and pretty much replicate it, or at least say, I think that might be coriander, and no, I've got a little cumin coming through. I had met in the course of my interviews for my doctorate a gentleman who I now recognize was probably a griot. He was one of the praise singers who worked at, I think, the Théâtre National Daniel Sorano, which was the National Theatre of Senegal. And we kind of hit it off, and he said, you must come home to lunch. Mom and I went the next day to his place for lunch. It was an amazing experience because he was not someone of wealth. So that was my first meeting of yassa, meeting with yassa, I guess. And it was love at first bite. I am rolling the lemons a little bit because that lets the juice come out of the lemon a bit. My personal taste is more to the tart, the bitey, the bright, the acidulated, the lemony, limey, citrusy things. Oh, strong onions. A general compass, there is, in my experience of the continent, taste for the bitey, the heat, whether it comes from the chili itself or from a pepper sauce of some sort. And so that use of the habanero is important. It's what gives my yassa its bite and much of its flavor. One of the interesting things about many of the foods of the African continent is they may be labor intensive. Yassa is something where flavor is, sort of once, twice, 3 times the flavor. This, as I said, involves three different preparations. You marinate, you grill, you stew. It takes time. And so it's a dish that becomes a special occasion dish when you take the time, when you make the time to do that. So you get a little bit of the smokiness from the grill, and in Senegal it would be grilled outside. So you're getting the charcoaly flavor from the grill. So with yassa, what is involved often is the addition of possibly olives, carrots. There is minced habanero, but there's also a pricked habanero. So I'm pricking it because that way, as it's in the stew, it won't explode, because if it explodes, then you don't know how hot it's gonna be. Pimento stuffed olives, obviously something that is not traditional. So this is kind of a fancied up yassa in a way. In Senegal, there is often a preference for what is called riz cassé, or broken rice. Now, it may be a preference for making the best of a bad lot. Rice was certainly an export good, and the whole grain rice, the full rice kernel, if you will, or grain, would have been worth more. But there is also the thought that the broken rice, because it is broken, will absorb the sauce better. And so it's a very, very different dish, but yet a dish that combines flavors that are familiar. I'm not really sure why yassa has had such an impact on me. I think it's because not so much that it was the first dish I tasted in Senegal, but it was the dish that unlocked the thought process that then allowed me to make connections.
This is sneaky good. This sneaks up on you.
Yeah, it sneaks up on you, and if you're really into it, you can cut that little piece of pepper up and make it even
don't smoke
hotter.
for at least a half an hour.
Well, you smoke, but from your ears. That's the way you do it.
That's terrific.
You like that?
And I think that the unlocking the thought process was as important as the taste of the dish itself, because all of my cookbooks that deal with the African Atlantic world are a result of that thought process that was unlocked by the yassa.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Juneteenth is going to be celebrated as a federal holiday, and you're about to meet a chef who is marking it in a very special way.
NBC's Morgan Radford is here with us. Good to have you live in 1A. Morgan, good to see you.
So excited to be back and to see you all. So Juneteenth has always honored freedom, unity, and history. And part of that is celebrated through tradition, storytelling, and food. That's why one chef from Wisconsin decided that this Juneteenth, she was going to do something special and fulfill a promise made more than a century ago.
A big idea finally come to light.
How does this feel? I mean, just a year ago, this was all just a dream.
Yeah, it's very surreal that,
this is mine.
This is your corn.
Yeah.
Here on 39 acres of land in St. Helena, South Carolina, Chef Adrian Lipscomb is creating a sanctuary for Black farmers.
The welcoming center is over there.
Where they can grow their own produce and learn about the history of an industry that currently is less than 2% Black.
We were cooking as slaves, as the cooks in these kitchens. We want to recreate those kitchens. We want to celebrate, but also explain to others and to the public. We want the community to come to this land. We want them to be able to come celebrate on this land.
Opening up a new world of possibility that all started with a mystery check in the mail for $100.
So you did not know personally the person who put this check in the mail to you?
No. Didn't know this person.
Her project is called 40 Acres and a Mule, a reference to the short-lived attempt at reparations that gave former slaves land after the Civil War, only to be rescinded after Lincoln's assassination.
It started with the Special Field Order number 15 by General Sherman to give 40 acres and a mule to the slaves that were released from the Civil War that were following him. And the question he asked is, what do you want? And one of them stood up and said, land.
How does Juneteenth and the significance of Juneteenth for you connect to this project?
Juneteenth has always been celebrated with me and my family. 1865 is just a significant year. You already have freed slaves in January of 1865, but you still don't have the free slaves of Texas, not until June 18th of 1865. By the next day, they're celebrating, and they're saying, we are free, we can celebrate. And what is so interesting is that slaves weren't allowed to be in big groups. So a lot of those leaders came together and they bought land where they would go and celebrate Juneteenth. And food was a huge portion of this.
The celebration of freedom.
The celebration of freedom, you're right.
Which is why Lipscomb, a mother of 4 who owns Uptown Cafe and Bakery in La Crosse, Wisconsin, decided to start her project here in South Carolina.
A lot of history right there.
A land
slaves were here.
Slaves were here.
With deep roots and African ancestry.
Land is huge. Land brings identity, land brings community, land brings freedom. It allows us to navigate in this world, to create our history, to respect our history, but also bring forth our future.
Lipscomb was able to raise more than $150,000 in less than a year through a GoFundMe page and with the support of celebrity chefs like Mashama Bailey and David Thomas.
As an African-American chef, I am really interested in reclaiming the narrative where the food of this country started.
Together, they're fixing up something special ahead of this Juneteenth, celebrating on their land in the best way they know how.
Some of the best chefs in America around this table.
Helping one entrepreneur fulfill a promise from generations ago.
Bless the hands that made this food.
For generations to come.
Amen. I see.
And this is just the beginning. Adrian hopes that by next year, the land will actually host an archive of Black farming traditions, 3 kitchens that represent the African ancestral contributions to cooking, and produce farms for Black farmers. So her hope is really to create a safe space for them to grow, to cook, and sustain their own produce, while also learning about its history and where those food and food ways come from.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic story, Morgan. Again, they've been celebrating Juneteenth, it sounds like, for a few generations.
Definitely, especially there in Texas, where, Texas and throughout the South, and now we're seeing it have more national recognition.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Good story. Thank you very much, Morgan. Appreciate it.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the first of its kind, For the Culture, a new magazine celebrating Black women in food and wine, and written, photographed, and illustrated all by Black women. It's the brainchild of Clancy Miller, a pastry chef turned food writer.
I worked in Paris at a bakery and a restaurant, and I loved it, but I also realized that I wanted to work outside of the restaurant. So from working in kitchens to writing about food.
When it comes to food and wine and beautiful cookbooks, there's certainly no shortage. So what made you decide that it's time for something a little bit different?
I've never seen a lot of focus on Black people in general, but specifically Black women. And I truly believe that Black women are the architects of kitchens and cuisines in this country throughout history and in many countries throughout the world. So I wanted to create a publication that would center our experiences, our expertise, and our voices in relationship to food and wine.
Inspired by a famous writer, she went to work.
There's a quote that Toni Morrison has said, which is, if there is a book that you want to read, write it.
Ooh.
And so this is a magazine, but I felt like this is something I want to read.
And that was just the beginning. Clancy launched a crowdfunding campaign a little over a year ago and sought submissions. That was enough to begin putting pen to paper. 35 women contributed to the first issue. Gracing the cover, culinary historian, cookbook author, and college professor Jessica B. Harris.
I want people to feel inspired to learn something more about a person they didn't know about before. If you have never made a Somalian meal, I hope you'll try one of the recipes. So I want people to feel like their curiosity is being sated.
In celebration of the magazine's release, we toasted 3 women profiled in the issue. Angela Davis, also known as The Kitchenista, is a home cook and an 8-year food blogger of The Kitchenista Diaries. Mashama Bailey is an award-winning executive chef and partner of The Gray Restaurant and The Gray Market in Savannah, Georgia. And Krista Scruggs is a Vermont farmer, winemaker, and business owner of Zaffa Wines, who provided a little tasting of it for us.
Krista, what do you think about this magazine?
Because finally having space and holding space when everyone else has but us, or that we've got to fight harder to have our voices heard.
Mashama, bring us behind the scenes. To be a woman of color in the food and wine space.
I do think that it's lonely. You know, I don't think that there are many of us. And it's really been an eye-opening journey to meet people.
Angela, what would you want people to know?
My daughter's 6, and to flip through this magazine, and it was just picture after picture of Black and brown women and food, and it's all about us.
I'm looking at our boxes. We're all in different places right now. One thing is for sure, food and wine and culture, it connects us, doesn't it?
Yeah. We're here celebrating our stories, celebrating each other.
Congratulations, and here's to many more.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes inspiration can come from the most unexpected places.
Yeah, like the teenager who decided to turn her fear of bees into a belief in the impossible.
Yeah, and Donna's here to tell us all about it. Hey, Donna.
Hi, ladies. That's right. 16-year-old Michaela Ulmer started her company, Me and the Bees Lemonade, over 10 years ago. Her passion for success will motivate aspiring entrepreneurs of all ages.
Most 4.5-year-olds aren't looking for products to sell, but a business fair for kids sparked little Michaela Ulmer's entrepreneurial spirit, and her beverage company's story began. It was all thanks to a cookbook from her great-granny Helen containing a recipe for flaxseed lemonade. That, combined with getting 2 painful bee stings one day, made up the ingredients to Michaela's soon-to-be booming business.
After getting stung by those bees, I was terrified of them, and my parents said, okay, we're a pretty outdoorsy family, how about you learn about them? And so I learned bees are important pollinators, bees are also dying at an alarming rate, and how you can help save them. And I realized, hey, I can start a lemonade stand to help save them, and use my great-granny Helen's flaxseed idea, and sweeten with honey, and maybe donate a portion to organizations that were helping save the bees.
And with her family's assistance, that stand evolved into a thriving company.
As we grew, it just became a whole family support.
With time, support, and ambition, Me and the Bees Lemonade was launched, a product that not only strives to taste good, but also do good.
I wanted something that other kids could drink as well, because my parents didn't want me drinking high fructose corn syrup or chemicals or artificial flavors, and I wanted to make a measurable impact on saving the bees.
Your book is incredibly enlightening for those who want to start a business of their own. What are some principles in business that you stick by?
Give, save, and spend. And that's something that my dad has taught me and his grandfather has taught him. But give to something that you're interested in and passionate about. Save for something that you want in the future that you may not be able to get right now. And then spend, because like you worked this many hours, so definitely let your hard work pay off. Know your numbers. Like I had to know my numbers when I pitched on Shark Tank, even though I was 10 years old.
Her pitch on Shark Tank raised her brand's profile and landed them a deal with an investor, one of the many milestones in Michaela's business journey.
You met the Obamas more than once. You received multiple awards. You created your own nonprofit. Your lemonade is in over 1,500 stores across America, and you hired your own team. What has been your favorite moment so far?
My favorite thing about being an entrepreneur is being able to travel and also meet other people. One of my favorite experiences was being able to travel to South Africa. I met people my age who were interested in the same thing as me. And I also got to teach South African girls about making a budget and like what a balance statement is for their businesses. And they actually started their own company.
Michaela's focus on social entrepreneurship led her to create her nonprofit, the Healthy Hive Foundation, which expands Michaela's mission to save the bees and inspire.
How important is it to you to use your voice and be the change?
I think it's so important, especially because of diversity. We had gotten messages on, hey, we'll carry your product if you move your face to the back. And then at the same time, I was getting messages from girls or even people who were saying, I bought this just because I saw your face, or you inspired me to start my own company at a stand as well. And so it was kind of comparing the lesson of you can't please everyone, and who do I want my brand to speak to? And that's when I realized I can be a role model.
I'd like to cheers to you.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, Today All Day. Up next on #cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite ways to use up any oats that you have lying around. First up, she's baking an oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's healthy enough to eat for breakfast. Then it's homemade granola with a savory twist.
If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you. But an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of. Personally, speaking for myself, I will opt for chocolate every single time. I know you have a little canister of oats sitting at the back of your pantry that maybe you're neglecting a little bit. But instead of teaching you how to make a traditional bowl of oatmeal, which I already know you know how to make, I'm going to show you how to #upgrade your oats. Today we're going to be making my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookies with some added fun, coconut, and then a really easy savory granola. How's that for a plot twist? Let's get started. Oats, they are having a moment. They're everywhere these days, and for good reason. Oats are super versatile, they're really nutritious, and there's so much you can do with an oat to make it a star. But there are a lot of different varieties, so I thought I'd walk you through a few of my favorites. Welcome to my kitchen classroom. On today's agenda, Oats 101. These little guys are oat groats. I know, it's not the cutest name, but these are oats in their least processed form. They have a lot of fiber. And these are what they look like before they've been rolled out. They do take a bit longer to cook though, about 30 to 40 minutes, but they have a really nice nutty and chewy texture, which I find is really nice for a salad, similar to a barley or a farro. Next up, we've got my steel-cut oats. These are simply oat groats that have been cut into this pinhead shape. Now, steel-cut oats take about 20 to 30 minutes to cook. They've got a nice chewy texture, making it perfect for a slow weekend morning when you want to enjoy a bowl of oatmeal. Next up, we have got my Oat MVP, rolled oats or old-fashioned oats. These oats have been steamed and then rolled out into that iconic oat shape. These take only 10 to 20 minutes to cook, not too long, not too short, but they also have this really nice, springy, light texture without being too chewy. I find that old-fashioned oats are perfect for just about anything. An oatmeal chocolate chip cookie, some granola. I use them so much in my kitchen. And finally, we have our instant oatmeal. These are the most processed form of oats from our little line up here, and what you commonly find in a little brown packet destined for your microwave. These are very mushy in texture, so I don't really cook with them or bake with them, but if you only have about 1 to 3 minutes in the morning to cook them, these are the oats for you. I won't judge you if you use them. When you're always stocked with oats, guess what you'll never run out of? Oat milk. Because that's right, you can make it yourself, and I'm going to show you how to do it. All you need to make your own oat milk at home is some old-fashioned oats, some cold water, and a good quality nut milk bag. When you're making your own oat milk, make sure to use old-fashioned oats. Steel cut is going to be a little bit too coarse, and instant is going to be too mushy, so we don't want to do that. Now, I'm just going to grab a measuring cup for my old-fashioned oats and measure some out. Old-fashioned oats secured. My blender is my BFF, and this oat milk comes together just in your blender. I'm going to add my old-fashioned oats to my blender. We've got some cold water. Make sure it's cold. We don't want any warm water here because the oats will get slimy. Nobody likes a slimy oat milk. Adding this in my blender. And finally, this is optional, but not if you're me, because I like a little touch of sweetness, a little bit of maple syrup. You can totally use a couple medjool dates too if you'd prefer. just a touch. You can even add a little dash of cinnamon too if you're feeling like you want to live on the edge today with your oat milk. Now, all I'm gonna do is blend it. Only 30 to 40 seconds. We don't want to over blend it because the oats will get kind of mushy. Okay, here we go. Oat milk is in our future. We're looking nice and creamy. Now, before I remove this from the blender, just want to show you, you can totally use a cheesecloth to strain, but I'm using a nut milk bag because it's a lot easier. I'm gonna prepare this in my pitcher. Now I'm just gonna pour in my oat milk. We're making oat milk. You just want to squeeze it a little bit so you get all of that oat milk out. This is precious. We worked hard for this. Okay, we didn't really work that hard for this, but we still want to get everything out. Look at how creamy that looks too. Like, that's some thick oat milk. I love it. And look at how this nut milk bag is catching all of those little pieces of oats. We don't want that in our oat milk. We want that to stay secure in the bag. That's why it's nice to get a good quality nut milk bag, because then it makes it super easy to make your oat milk at home. All right, we're gonna set this aside. See you later. And now we have homemade, creamy, delicious oat milk. This stores well in the fridge for about 5 days. Make sure you stir it before you drink it because separation is totally normal. I like to use this oat milk in any recipe where I call for a non-dairy milk, whether that be in my chocolate chip cookie pie or even my date crumble bars. It's so delicious, it's so creamy, it's even amazing in your coffee. And you know what pairs really well with oat milk? Cookies. Luckily, I've got myself covered because we're gonna make my chocolate chip oatmeal cookies with a little bit of coconut. I'm gonna let this chill while I go grab the ingredients.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
I have been there and done that with traditional stovetop oatmeal and overnight oats. Plus, I would choose a cookie over those two any day. So, to solve my persistent desire for cookies at all hours of the day, I'm going to show you how to make my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's wholesome enough to eat for breakfast. So, let's get to it. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and because I love being prepared, I have also lined my pan with some parchment paper. Now, we're gonna get to work on the wet ingredients. I'm gonna crack my egg in my bowl. Whisk that really nicely. We want no separation between the yolks and the whites. Okay. This looks great. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. Mixing the egg and the almond butter together really well. All right, this looks smooth and creamy. Now I'm going in with my melted and cooled coconut oil. Straight in there. We are actually going to be adding some shredded coconut into these cookies, so I find that the coconut oil really complements that super well. It's also a nice butter replacement in these cookies too. Mixing everything together. Everyone needs to become friendly. Perfect. Now I'm gonna add some vanilla extract. Can't have my cookies without it. And finally, for my sweeteners, maple going in. Maple adds that really warm and almost breakfasty taste to these cookies. And then we're adding some coconut sugar. Coconut sugar and maple syrup are my favorite sweeteners to use together. I find that they complement each other really well. They create this really golden taste in these cookies. Because coconut sugar is really fragrant, it's gonna go really nicely with that coconut oil and that shredded coconut that we're gonna be adding into the cookies later. My wet mixture looks perfect, honestly. I have to give credit to myself. Now, I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. For these cookies, I'm using a combination of almond flour and oat flour. If you don't know what oat flour is, get ready to have your mind blown. All it is just oats ground up into a blender until you get that fine powder, like a flour. Then we get oat flour. How fun and convenient is that? Easy to make at home. You can also buy it from the store. Oat flour going in. We're having an oat moment with these cookies. We love oats. Gonna also add some almond flour. Almond flour is really dense, oat flour is really light, so I find that they create a really nice combination and a really nice texture in these cookies. Okay, we're gonna whisk that up. Whisking our almond flour and our oat flour together really nicely. And now, because I'm fun, I'm gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you buy unsweetened shredded coconut because we've got the sugar already, we don't need to add more into our coconut. Now, for our star, these would not be oatmeal chocolate chip cookies without some oats. So, I'm using old-fashioned or rolled oats here. Oats going in. Time for a little baking powder. And a little pinch of salt. The salt is gonna balance out the sweetness, really bring it out. It's gonna heighten all of those flavors. Whisking everything together nicely. We want a fully incorporated dry ingredient mixture here. Dry mixture taking a journey. Beautiful. I'm gonna fold my dry and wet ingredients together until everyone is fully incorporated. So we want to make sure we're not seeing any remnants of that flour mixture, right? We want it to be fully incorporated. You'll see how that color changes. Everyone looks really nicely incorporated, really well mixed. Thorough. We want to do a thorough job here. I mean, listen, this is like a bowl of oatmeal, right? This counts. A cookie, an oatmeal cookie, same thing. Okay, this is controversial. I'm gonna put my spatula down for this. If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you, but an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of, personally, speaking for myself. I will opt for chocolate every single time. So, I'm gonna fold in some chocolate chips. I measure chocolate chips with my sole, as you can see. I will be saving these to top the cookies with before they go into the oven. I want a few more. I changed my mind. Just a few. Breakfast, anyone? Okay, we're gonna fold the chocolate in really nicely. And this is a beautiful cookie dough situation I've got here. Okay. Time to make our cookies. Perfect. I'm using a cookie scoop here just to get some nice even cookies. Want them all to be about the same size, and then they're gonna cook evenly too. That is a huge chunk of chocolate chips I just got. I'm not mad about it at all. Okay. And I'm just gonna use my fingers just to flatten them down slightly. Not too much, just a little. This one has so many chocolate chips. That's the one I'm going for. I already know this. I've already made up my mind. I like making these cookies at the start of the week because I'm eating them for breakfast. It's kind of nice to have on hand. And even if you have a different breakfast, okay? Even if you're having your eggs or whatever else you eat for breakfast, you can totally have one of these after with a little cup of coffee. How does that sound? Pretty good? I know, because I do it all the time. You know what these remind me of also? Just like a really glam granola bar. Like a granola bar, but like make it a cookie. I've got some extra dough here. I will be baking these off later, but I do want to add a couple extra chocolate chips on top for fun. I went pretty heavy on the chocolate chips and the dough already, and I honestly love that for me. I'm gonna bake these in the oven 10 to 15 minutes until it's nice and golden brown around those edges. I'm so excited to have some oatmeal breakfast cookies after this.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Cookies for breakfast, anyone? I mean, look at how textured they are, right? They've got the oats, they've got the chocolate chips, they've got coconut. There's a lot going on here. Perfect for breakfast, but also for any time of the day. I'm not gonna, say that I can't have this after dinner, because I can. I'm so excited to eat them. And you know what I'm gonna eat them with? Some homemade oat milk, because I'm having an oat moment today. And I'm just gonna have all of the oats. I mean, look at that. So fluffy. You know what this needs? You know what this needs? It needs to be dunked in some oat milk. It just has to happen. Okay. I gotta get my camera out first because this is a perfect photo op. All right, it's taking the plunge. Oh my God, okay. All right, here we go. I'm so good, I'm just losing cookies everywhere. I need a sip of oat milk. You might, and no disrespect to your bowl of oatmeal, but you might want to abandon it after you try these cookies. I'm just saying, I'm being honest. I'm going in for more. Someone hold me back. No, really, someone hold me back. Oh, you thought I was done helping you upgrade your oats? Well, you are mistaken, because up next I have my plot twist savory granola. I'm super excited to make it. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When you think of granola, you're probably thinking of those sweet clusters of nuts and oats to top your yogurt. But have you ever thought about a savory version? I know it's a plot twist, but savory granola is one of my favorite snacks. I was inspired to make it by traditional Indian snack mixes, and I cannot wait for you to try it. We want the savory granola to have lots of flavor, so to start, we're gonna make a little olive oil spice mixture. In my bowl, I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil. Olive oil is gonna help us get that nice, crisp, golden color and texture that we really want. Now, for some more flavor, I'm gonna add some coconut aminos. Coconut aminos going straight in there. Coconut aminos are made from the sap of coconut palms, and it's actually very similar in taste to a soy sauce, but it's gluten-free. So if that's important to you, there you go. We always have to have spice. I always have to have spice. I can't live my life without it. So we're gonna add a couple of my favorites. Cayenne. Cayenne is gonna add some heat, some spice. It's gonna really kick this flavor up a notch. Now I'm gonna add some garam masala. Garam masala is a very common Indian spice blend. It contains pepper, cumin, cloves. It's super warming, super fragrant. I love using it in my savory granola. I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Nothing is complete without a little pinch of salt. And now, because we have a lot of spice, a lot of flavor, a lot of savory elements going on here, I wanna add a little bit of honey just to balance out that saltiness. I love honey. Just a touch, not too much. That honey is gonna give that really nice, sweet and salty balance that I love so much. Now let's whisk everything together. Make sure it's really well incorporated. We want all of the spice, all of the flavor to be evenly whisked together. It's pretty potent. All right, this is nice and well mixed. Now I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. I like using a variety of nuts and seeds here because it's really fun to play with different texture and flavor. Every single nut and seed has a different flavor profile, so it's fun to add them all together and just have a little crunch, a little texture, something different in every bite. So I'm going to start with my sliced almonds. I use almonds so much in my kitchen, from almond butter to raw almonds. They're super versatile and I just love the taste. I'm gonna add some raw cashews, super buttery and delicious. Now we're gonna go for some pecans. Pecan? I say pecan. In there. I'm gonna add some pumpkin seeds. You can add sunflower seeds here too if pumpkin's not your jam. Pumpkin seeds add that nice green color too. It's kind of pretty. Okay, now we're gonna add some sesame seeds. These are gonna be so delicious when they're nice and toasty in the oven. I love it. Now, this wouldn't be granola without oats. Cannot have granola without our oats. Adding the oats straight into my mixture. Now we mix them all together. Make sure that you're using raw, unsalted nuts here. We are gonna be roasting them in the oven with some olive oil and spices, so you don't need to buy roasted and salted nuts. Look at how fun and textured this is, so many different colors. And it's about to get a lot of flavor. Time to add my olive oil mixture straight on top of my nuts, seeds, and oats. Leave no spice left behind. Come on, you can do it. Okay. Now we're gonna mix everything together. We want a very well-spiced, savory granola. So every piece has to be coated by some olive oil and spice. It already starts to smell so good, so flavorful. This is such a fun and easy portable snack too. We are looking nice and well mixed. Now it's time for the pan. Make sure you get all of those little resistant oats. They'll have a better life as savory granola. Okay, make sure that you're spreading your granola out really well, really evenly. We want everyone to have personal space, some room to breathe. This way we can ensure a nice and even crisp bake. We are ready for the oven. I'm gonna bake this 45 to 50 minutes at 325 degrees in the oven. Make sure you toss it every 10 minutes or so to ensure that it gets nice and golden brown. Look at my gorgeous golden savory granola. I've let this cool completely. Make sure you let it cool for at least 15 minutes. First of all, it's a little bit too hot to handle as it comes out of the oven. And when you cool granola, it crisps up as it cools. I'm gonna store this in my cute little container, which I promise I can get the lid off because I'm strong. There we go. I love to store these in little mason jars or little jars like this, just so it's nice to have a snack on hand. So the next time you are craving a potato chip or a cracker, this is just a more unique and fun savory snack to snack on. You've got a lot of different flavors. You can customize it with your favorite nuts and seeds as well. So whatever you have in the pantry, if you've got some sunflower seeds, if you've got some walnuts, feel free to sub that in. Look at that nice golden color. So good. I've got most of my savory granola into my little jar. And you know what I also like to do with this? I like to put it on a salad. Think of this as the fun cousin to your croutons. Yeah, they're your crouton cousins. Crunchy, savory, really pretty. You've got those nuts and seeds and you've also got a lot of flavor there. Look how nice that looks. This is a super simple salad. I just did a little bit of olive oil, lemon juice, salt, and pepper. This granola though, it adds a secret touch. It's so good. It's so salty, but it's got heat and flavor. Wait, I need more. Like, you've got so many things going on, right? Different nuts and seeds. Gives it a lot more texture, makes it more interesting to eat. You've got something new in every bite. I mean, have you ever seen a salad topped with granola before? I think I have to document it. I mean, look at that, it looks so pretty. Croutons? I don't know you. I mean, come on. I'm obsessed. Sweet granola, I'm coming for you. I hope this has inspired you to upgrade your oats. If you're neglecting them in your pantry, let them live. Let them live as savory granola, as some delicious oatmeal cookies. Oats are really an MVP.
East Douglas Street and Broadway in Wichita, Kansas. Busy today and 63 years ago when a bus stop set by Dockham Drugstore, a restaurant where riders could sit and have a cup of coffee, unless you were black.
They were on their way to clean white homes, prepare meals for white families, take care of white children. And they might have welcomed on cold mornings to have a hot cup of coffee and sit down inside while waiting for the bus. Well, that wasn't going to happen.
Dockham Drugstore probably isn't in your history books, but it would become the site of a civil rights breakthrough that's only beginning to get recognition.
If you wanted to get something to eat at the Dockham Drugstore, how did it happen then?
Well, they politely told us we could get food to carry out.
Segregation was not reserved for the South. In the 1950s, aspects of black and white communities in Wichita were very much separate and unequal.
Certainly, I can remember having to, if I went to a movie theater downtown, having to sit in the balcony. I couldn't sit on the main floor.
The young adult chapter of the NAACP decided to press for equality at Dockham, hoping change at one store would ripple through the franchise. They prepared for months, and in July of 1958, one of the leaders of the sit-in, Carol Parks Hahn, dressed in her Sunday best, sat at the counter and asked for a Coke. She was followed by one black student after another, each taking a seat at a stool. They simply wanted to sit and have a soda. They were denied the request. Peggy Wesley was just 15 at the time.
We just went in shifts and sat there, and we were very quiet. If somebody said anything to us, we were not to respond to any negativity, of course, and name calling and whatever, and there was a lot of that.
This is the only photo that exists of the sit-in, published in the local African American newspaper. The threat of violence, always a concern.
A young white male looked up and saw me, and he turned so he would bump me, and he didn't hurt me, but I knew why he did that.
The sit-in went on for 3 weeks until the owner of Dockham Drugstore walked in and told the store manager to serve them. He was losing too much business.
We were just elated when we finally could sit down and have a soda with our friends at the counter.
The Rexall drugstore chain joined its Dockham franchise in abolishing discriminatory practices at their stores nationwide, making the Dockham drugstore sit-in the first successful student-led sit-in of the civil rights era, according to the NAACP. The famous lunch counter sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina, began a year and a half later in 1960.
What did you think when the word started to reach you that this was starting to happen in other cities?
That there is such a thing as positive contagion. Growing up at that point in time, you better damn sure make sure that it's something positive that you can go home about and feel proud about.
Quiet pride, you might say. The story of their sit-in barely known within many in the black community in Wichita.
And I grew up with so many of you, and there were a lot of us who had no idea that the man who was sitting right next to me in church had gone through all of those things. Right. How is it that folks weren't talking about this? I didn't know this.
It was another event in our lives that was over, and it didn't appear to be a big thing then. Most of our parents who were not involved in the NAACP didn't know that we were doing that.
Did your father know what you were doing?
No, he didn't. I never did disclose to him.
We really didn't talk about it. And in fact, my daughters didn't even know I had not spoken about it to them.
A little-known sit-in, a peaceful act of courage for the right to be treated equally.
What would you say to teenagers now who have that itch to fight for civil rights? What advice would you give to a young person now, almost 60 years later?
The water's fine. It may be too cold sometime, or maybe too warm even sometime, but seriously, you'll feel better about yourself if you strive to make this a better world, a better community.
Man, wow.
I have so many takeaways. I could talk about this for the next hour, but I think if there is any takeaway, when we talk about Black History Month, we often talk about Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, trailblazers for sure in their own right. But I guarantee you, if you're watching right now, there are trailblazers in your community, your neighbors, somebody who sits next to you at church, and sometimes they're just not sharing their stories. Mm-hmm. So I think it's so important to sit down and to talk to our relatives and to hear what they have to say. And really quickly, coming up in our third hour, we track down the granddaughter of the owner of the store at the time.
Oh, wow.
And she has something to say.
Oh, now I have chills.
Oh.
Gosh.
What did they do with that building there in Wichita? Is it still there?
Not there anymore. Yeah, I mean, it was 60 years ago.
Sure.
I like his last comment. The water's fine.
Water's just fine.
That was that was
cold,
beautiful.
maybe warm.
Yes, yes. And thank you guys for talking with me. They, my grandmother had to call them and get them to talk.
Your grandma could
right after it was over, Peggy said, "Okay, can you call your grandmother now and tell her that I talked to you?" So
I just love the synergy though, like the full circle, and now that you get to tell their story. What
such an honor.
Your hometown.
Such an honor.
Thank you for sharing.
Thanks, Chanel.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
He is the historian and Harvard professor who helps celebrities discover the stories and secrets of their ancestors with the turn of a page, like Pharrell Williams, Oprah, and Nathan Lane.
Don't you love that?
I love
turn
it.
of the
I love
page.
that phrase.
And we're talking, of course, about Henry Louis Gates Jr., who hosts one of the most riveting series on TV. It's called Finding Your Roots. It's on PBS, and he is with us now. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're great, and we love that moment where you have these guests on your show and you reveal something to them that just changes their history, and then I think maybe changes their future. What is it like to be in that moment?
Oh, it's very exciting. It's a gift and a great responsibility. I remember when I had to tell LL Cool J, whose name is Todd Smith, that his mother had been adopted in 1947, and he had no idea. She had suspected it, but she didn't know for sure. And her adoptive mother had always said, she had asked her twice, and she said, no, you were not adopted. But it turns out she was. And then we actually found her biological mother, who was 88 years old, living in a nursing home. and connected them, and they had a reunion. It's a huge responsibility and a great gift.
And the emotions just pour out of people. We were thinking about Andy Samberg, learning his history. Will you tell us about that and how his mother learned?
Oh, well, Andy's mother was adopted. She knew that she was adopted, and he had hired an investigator to try to find her biological parents. And when all else failed, they came to us. So I told him, look, we can't promise, but we're going to do our best. And he brought his mother. Sometimes guests do. They'll bring their families to the set. And she was sitting behind the screen with the producers, and we had wired the booth so that she could see what he was seeing. So he told me the story and how frustrating it was. So I said, Andy, please turn the page. And he turned the page, and I said, Andy, you're looking at your mother's biological mother. My God. And I heard this wail. Yes. It was, it's impossible to describe how moving it was. You know, people cry a lot. I get teary, but I broke down at this moment. We had to stop filming, and she came from behind the screen and looked at her mother, and she just wept, and they hugged each other. We all cried.
I mean, your job is just beautiful, and you've said, and I love this, and you've done this work forever, that we are 99.9% the same. And this divided time, how important is it to remember that?
No, thank you for mentioning that. I think that the reason the series is so popular is that it has two subliminal messages. One is that we're all immigrants. We are all immigrants. My African ancestors didn't come here willingly. They didn't come on the Mayflower, right? But they were unwilling immigrants, but they came here from elsewhere. They were immigrants. Even our Native American brothers and sisters migrated here 15,000 years ago. Martin Luther King gave a great commencement speech at Stanford in which he said that we're a nation of exiles. And we are. And we have to remember that we're exiles, we're immigrants, and that at the level of the genome, we're 99.99% the same.
Henry! Amen. Thank you, Henry, so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you. And you can watch this beautiful show. It's called Finding Your Roots. It's every Tuesday night on PBS, and it's streaming on the PBS video app.
We'll be right back after this.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You can be an A, you can be an architect, sketch a building to kiss the sky. You can be a B, you can be a biochemist, make medicine save lives.
Meet 6-year-old Sam White. His ABC rap, with more than 2 million views, teaches kids about future career possibilities.
I remember firefighter, I remember architect, and I remember nurse. I remember it because I have a really sharp memory.
He's inspired thousands and even caught the attention of a former First Lady.
She posted it online, and then Mommy showed it to me, and so I felt really good.
But Sam isn't the only amazing kid that's caught the eye of someone in the White House.
You inspire me.
My name is Kavanaugh Bell, and I'm 8 years old. I was dealing with a hard time from some bullies, and just gave a darkness inside me, but I didn't want other kids to feel the same way that I felt. So I made it my mission to make sure that other kids really don't have to feel what I've gone through.
Kavanaugh embarked on a journey to end bullying, but also wanted to spread love and positivity to all. He used his own savings and donations from a GoFundMe to create care packages for the elderly and eventually open his own community food pantry.
It just made me feel beautiful inside that I was actually able to help people in the first place, and to actually have a bunch of donations to start my own community pantry that help thousands of people.
Another young entrepreneur is using her lemonade business to help save the planet.
My name is Michaela Ulmer, and I'm 16 years old.
At 4 years old, she entered her lemonade recipe in a kids' entrepreneurship competition and was inspired to launch her own business. Since then, she's landed a deal on the show Shark Tank and become the proud owner of Me and the Bees Lemonade.
I have a book called Be Fearless, and another part of that title is called Dream Like a Kid. We're really good at dreaming of the possibilities rather than the problems. Like, I came up with a quote when I was going through challenges at Me and the Bees, which is, don't be discouraged by life's little stings, but get back up and spread your wings. I'm quite honored that I have so much support and so many people who are excited to see Black girls thrive. But it's also like I want to make sure that I'm representing like our sisters well. There's pressure on me to make sure that I'm doing well and setting a good role model.
I want all kids to know that they can have an impact no matter their age, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't do something. I want all kids to know they can be anything they want to be.
What I want all kids to know is that you're never too young to make an impact, so get started now.
And we're back with, it says, one of our favorite segments. I don't know, Steals and Deals is still my favorite, but Mr. Smith goes to... That's hard. It's my second favorite on the show.
Good one. All right, right? So this morning, this is going to be good. Harry is taking us to Tacoma, Washington, to introduce us to a family on a mission, and a mission to educate as many people as possible about these untold stories of some African Americans.
So... we're in Tulsa earlier this summer, reporting on the race massacre of 100 years ago. We're in a little community center there, and off in a little corner is just this tiny room with a couple of pieces in it, right? And kind of looking in, and here comes Bernard Kinsey. And he's just this bigger-than-life person, says, let me show you what we got here, right? And he says, but this is a tiny little sample. The real thing, if you want to see it, come to Tacoma later this summer. So we did.
Wow.
Tacoma, Washington has a beautiful art museum. The couple in this picture, it's their name on the giant sign outside.
To whom much is given, much is required in a life of no regrets, and that's what we try to live every day.
Bernard and Shirley Kinsey are here to share their life's passion, a breathtaking collection of art and historic memorabilia.
People always want to know, where do you find these things? And I had to stop and think yesterday. I said, well, you know, I don't even remember how we found it. It literally found us.
What you will find inside is beautiful, evocative, rich, and revelatory. Like this signature painting by Ava Casey, a woman unshackled, on her dress, tiny inscriptions of African-American inventions.
Airplane safety device, blood plasma preserve, seed planters, corn harvesters, phone transmitters, shoemaker cabinet, just everything on here.
Right.
And then you see those, her bracelets are like shackles. Yeah. That are now.
Yeah, and look at the story. We did not come to America because it was a better place. We came and made it a better place.
In the mural that is America's story, there are crucial sections that are blank. Between the broad brushstrokes, what's missing are details. Details that make it richer, more defined, more truthful, like the service of black soldiers in World War I.
We had 400,000 black men go off to Europe, but they could only dig ditches and bury the dead. The French government asked General Pershing to allow the black troops to fight in French uniform and French guns, French tanks, and the 369th Harlem Hellfighters out of Harlem took on the task. And they fought for 192 days and was the first regiment to reach the Rhine River.
Black history, says Bernard, is American history.
41st and 42nd Congress, 1870, black senator and congressman in the South, elected because black people could vote. In other words, in 1867, we voted. If you vote, you get this, okay? That's just that simple.
History and art that's transparent, transformative.
And this particular piece reminds me of home. I grew up on a little dirt road in a 2-bedroom house with tin roof.
The piece by artist Huey Lee Smith.
So when I saw this, a number of years ago now, I looked at that and I said, you know, that's me. That's me jumping rope on the foundation of the house I grew up in. Didn't know where I was going, but I was going somewhere.
Somewhere was historically black Florida A&M University, where she met Bernard. Two things about Shirley caught his attention.
She's always the prettiest lady in the room. And she had such courage to get arrested during the civil rights period at Florida A&M.
And while the art collection came later, it's been funded in part. Well, listen to this.
You know, we agreed that when we moved to California from Tallahassee, that we would save her check and live on my check. And for the first 15 years, we didn't spend a paycheck.
And my friends say, oh, Shirley, that's your money y'all spending now.
The collection, or parts of it, have been displayed from Epcot to Hong Kong and seen by millions.
3 things. I hope they walk away being inspired, motivated, and a little bit more educated. I hope they have something inside, one of those, I think it was Oprah who used to call them aha moments, like, oh, this is why that happened. This is why this is going on. This is what we can do about it.
Walk through the collection, and you can almost hear the words of poet Maya Angelou.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise.
Coming to the Kinsey collection, your brain is going to be doing like this.
No question, you will get schooled by what you see here, but in a good way.
We are fully American.
The Kinsey's son, Khalil, is curator of the collection.
That's my wish, is that this is enriching, you know, and that people come in and that they get something from it, whether it's big or small, but that they, again, leave expanded and enjoy the time.
We certainly did.
So if you were in the Pacific Northwest, you must go.
We learned something I did just from this piece.
Incredible. Right? Yeah, and honestly, we're in there for hours. We're in there all day. Right. It gives me goosebumps to think about just how it's edifying. I mean, you get in there and there's so much beautiful to see, and there's so much to learn in such a good way.
And you were saying that's just a piece of the collection.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a lot.
I love that you're just... You're
and oh, by the way, they started with $78 in their pockets when they moved to Los Angeles.
Where is that again?
It's in Tacoma, Washington. There's a big art museum there.
Oh, my goodness. Harry, thank you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
If anybody knows the power of a good book, it is Jenna Bush Hager. And you found two people who love books as much as you love books.
Or maybe even more. I sure did. I caught up with the husband and wife founders of Hidden Gems Literary Emporium in New Brunswick, New Jersey. And it truly is a gem where the community can come together over a love of reading. Take a look.
Knowledge is worth more than rubies, worth more than gold, worth more than money. So we feel as though we are two of the richest people in New Brunswick.
For Kyla Boulware-Sekas and Raymond Sekas, in every book, there's a hidden gem.
Once I got into books, then I realized the world just opened up to me.
While their bookstore might be named Hidden Gems, the couple has spent the last year making sure reading is available for everyone in their New Jersey community. But their beacon of light all stemmed from a moment of darkness just last year with their son, Truth.
We were taking Truth to a bookstore. People are staring at us and, whispering. When you leave, the cashier is calling someone like, okay, they left now. So now we're in the car and we're frustrated and sad.
I just prayed. I said, put us into a position where we can have our own bookstore, where everyone can feel comfortable.
Within weeks, that prayer was answered. A local art studio offered them space for their bookstore, and the couple got to work.
The response was just literally so amazing. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people sending us books. The line was out the door and around the block. They couldn't believe that the book was free.
In the short time Hidden Gems Literary Emporium has been open, countless people have been touched by their service, like the independent authors around the world given a chance on Kyla and Raymond's shelves.
All the authors that are out there, how they're giving them a platform to get their names out there. No one else is doing that.
What might look just like a bookstore is so much more, from giving away thousands of free books to hosting events and classes for all ages to rallying their community to help neighbors in need. Even giving a free piano to a 12-year-old musician.
Our piano teacher told us that her piano wasn't working anymore. And I was thinking, when are we going to be able to afford a piano? When Kayla came into our lives, she changed it.
I saw the piano rolling up into the house and I just couldn't believe my eyes. It was like a dream come true.
This all happened because of a trip that didn't go the way you hoped it would. And now you've created this oasis for other kids.
If we want to see changes in this world, if we want our children to love the things that we need them to love to grow, then we need to invest in them.
And on a day commemorating the importance of service, a reminder that the work of few can impact an entire community.
I see Kyla Ray and Hidden Gems furthering the legacy of what Martin Luther King Jr. actually wanted. They are taking, up that torch.
They don't think about themselves. They focus on the mission.
They're actually going out about in the world and they're helping others.
Do you feel like you're living your life's purpose?
Absolutely. Yeah. We just hope that we can fulfill our mission, which is to spread love through literacy.
So I want to introduce you to somebody. His name is Matteo Ascarapour. He wrote an incredible book called Black Buck. It's one of my favorite books that I've ever read.
Nice to meet you both. What you both have done is just absolutely incredible. A small token of my appreciation. We would like to donate 100 copies of Black Buck to both of you.
What?
Yeah, and there's more. We'd also like to host an event with you down the line. This is just the beginning of our partnership.
That's awesome. Thank you, man.
I can't wait to meet with you both and just be in community with you, to drop by Hidden Gems myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
They're giving books away. How incredible is that?
Yeah.
And it's an organization that we should all look for and try to help out. And something that Mateo and I both were struck by is how much Kyla and Raymond love one another. They're the most beautiful partners. I couldn't believe it. And that's making all of this possible.
Well, I know you want to learn more about it. So if you do, you can go to today or hodaandjenna.com and we'll give all details of that.
Okay, pretty awesome.
Look, here's my favorite thing right now. I feel like there's like a lot of friendship in this room, and I'm looking at Maria, I'm looking at Oprah, and I'm just thinking about like Maria, how would you describe your friendship with Oprah?
Oh my God, long.
Yeah.
Long, right? Long. Yeah, long.
Yeah,
deep.
This actually.
What?
One of the longest.
Yeah,
One of the longest.
Long.
The longest.
Over 40 years.
Wow.
I would describe it as deep, simple, low maintenance, trustful, loyal, constant, consistent, honest, tried and true.
Wow.
Can we keep going?
I love that. Oprah, how about you? How do you describe your friendship?
I'd say that there is a spiritual connection. I'd say the reason I first met her in the bathroom at WJZ-TV early in the morning. I was coming in to do the morning cut-ins, and she was doing Evening Magazine and had been up all night, was in the bathroom, literally splashing water on her face. And we started a conversation. And I forever think that was like a divine moment that happened, because she was one of my true grounded friendships that carried me through my entire career. So I don't have a lot of friends. Everybody knows Gail, there's Maria, there's Bob. And that's about it, you know? And Gail and Maria, I met around the same time. Gail and I 42 years, Maria and I 42 years. And I never really expanded that circle until recently. I've become friends with a couple of people in my later adult life in the past 5 years. But the thing that got me through all of those years, I would say grounded and the truth. Oh my God, Maria's going to tell you the truth.
That's
no matter damn
what. How do you receive it when Maria tells you? Because Maria actually, Oprah, had a real truth telling with me recently, and it leveled me. But it was exactly what I needed to hear. But sometimes it's hard to receive it. When she gives you one of those hard truth bombs, how do you receive it? Yes, one of the big ones.
No, and Maria will give it to you in your face and then say, and you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You already know what I'm saying is true. You know what I'm saying is true. Yes.
She does it. She does it right back. She does it right back. So like, there's no. Well, it depends who's giving it to me.
Yeah.
When she gives it to me, I take it from somebody who has known me, knows me, and wants the best for me. So I receive it without agenda, and I receive it because she's telling me out of love, but she wants me to, she has had to hit me over the head a few times over the years. And sometimes that truth has leveled me. But in my darkest moments, she was right there, sitting right next to me, holding space. This is called holding space, right?
Yeah.
This whole podcast.
Right, making space.
Making space. And I think, very few people can hold space for you. And she held space for me before I even knew the expression to hold space. I didn't even know what that was going on, what she was doing, but I understood it to hold space for me to understand what was going on at a certain point in my life, and waited for me to get to the other side.
To get to the, it's so strange, Oprah. Just about an hour or so ago, I was just looking around online, and for some reason, I came upon your mom's funeral, and I watched your eulogy, and it moved me to my core, especially when you said at 52 years old, you did something you didn't think you could do. You crawled in bed with your mother and said, I love you. And then I looked into the congregation, and there was Oprah, and I thought, right there, right next to her. How did you support Maria during that time?
Well, you do what all friends do. You just hold the space, because you don't know the words. You don't know what is going to be the comfort. So you just try with your own presence, be the comfort, and you try to meet the person exactly where they are. And, Maria, both Maria and Gail had these intense relationships with their mothers. And Gail would call her mother so many times during the day. I'd say, what could you possibly talk about? And Maria and her mother were always, talking all the time. So I had the opposite of that. And I used to envy it, wow, I wonder what that would be like. So to be able to stand there in the moment, I could feel many times during the transition of Eunice Kennedy Shriver, whom I always said, if she had run for president, I would have stopped anything I was doing and went and worked for her, because I believed if she decided she wanted it, she would get it. And, but there were moments even before her passing, like Maria, what I remember the most, I was just telling somebody the other day, this experience that Maria had with her mother in the hospital changed me forever about having an advocate. I don't care who you are, you should never, ever go to the hospital, spend 1 hour in the hospital without somebody there to advocate for you. Because remember when your mother was sick and she'd gone home and had that infection, and then you all came back to the hospital and you couldn't get anybody to respond because it was the weekend and the doctor was golfing and the da-da-da was happening. And all of that was going on. That's when your mother, as I recall, we thought that was going to be it. They came in and the priest was there and we thought that was it. And then that Eunice came right out of it after.
She did. That was an incredible.
Said, I ain't going yet.
Yeah, that was an incredible moment that she. But I can also say that when my mother died, which was something that I had worried about really my whole life. My mother was sick when I was little, and so kind of her impending passing was always very much in my life. It was like, was this going to happen? So I always thought I'll never be able to survive that. And after my mother passed away, 2 weeks later, my uncle passed away. And Oprah had been at my wedding. She was at my mother's funeral. And then she called me right after my mother died and said, I'm going to have a gathering for you. We're going to call it Team Maria, and I'm going to have all the people who love you. They're all going to come to my house, and we're just going to have this girls' weekend. And I was kind of like, what? I was like, what is she talking about? And I was like, okay, that sounds nice. This was she goes, it'll cheer you up. It'll be good. And then my uncle died. And then she's like, I think we should still go ahead with the Team Maria. I was like, wait, what? I'm like, and it was literally a month was something like that, or a month or 2 months after both of those things, she invited 20 girls to her house. And we just
Who
had.
all knew you.
What?
All of them knew you.
Well, yeah.
Remember, that's when we all chose a word.
Yes,
we all
that's right.
chose a word.
What was the word?
Yeah, and I have that. She had everybody choose a word about me, and she engraved them on rocks, or they were colored rock, not rocks, but kind of crystal colored stones. Yeah, stones, excuse me. And then she put them in this beautiful box that looks kind of like those books behind her, and presented it to me. And everybody wore the same clothes.
Oh.
And we had lunch, and it was just this really sweet, loving, like moment of like, you've got a posse, you've got a group. We're here. We love you. You're gonna make it through.
What was the word, Oprah? What was your word? Do you remember?
I was just getting ready to tell you that. Hoda, you are the interviewer.
Is her picture?
I was just going to say, and you know what my word was? My word for Maria was cherish. Because I cherish everything about her. I cherish her frankness. I cherish her directness. I cherish her honesty. I cherish her truth. I cherish her sense of searching for the truth. I cherish her courage. I mean, for me, the word was cherish.
I love that. I love that because I don't feel like in my life I was cherished and pushed, motivated, all of these kind of really strong words, but not cherished. And I think that our relationship, what started, as she said, in Baltimore, we're both living in the same what do you call that? Like not condos, but it was just like apartments. They were like, and she was the upstairs and I was in the downstairs, and she had clothes and furniture.
They were called luxury garden apartments, Maria.
Okay, luxury garden apartments. We were like, and we had a supermarket, and we were like, both working at this thing, and we would eat in the supermarket because they had these big French fry kind of potato things, and we had like no social life at all. Although she was on TV.
Because all we did was work.
Yeah, we just worked at 8. And she had kind of furniture, and she had clothes, and she was like, and she would go to church and speak.
Wow.
And in Baltimore, and I was like, oh my God, look at you. You're like speaking in a church, and like, this is so huge. You're going to like do something really big. And I see you in a church, or I see you speaking.
Yeah.
But she, it was it kind of in a funny way, a beautiful time because it was quiet and it was intimate and it was, kind of real. And those are the moments I think that like when I'm just sitting alone with you and I just come and hang with you or like, that's what I cherish in my friendship, when we just sit there and like, can you believe, can you believe that, or remember this, or did you, that kind of stuff, which is just because so few people you can really talk to honestly, and that you feel safe, and that like when I walk out the door, I know nothing's going anywhere.
Nothing.
Yeah.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When you guys were young, hanging out together,
We're still young.
and you were, of course, you are. But how did people ask you guys out on dates? Were you dating? How was that seen during that time in your life?
I was already going out with Arnold, so I was 22, and and you had not met Stedman at that point. Yeah, you were going out. You can take it from here.
No. I didn't met Stedman until 80. Listen, I was in bad relationships all the time, but Maria is correct. I mean, both of our lives were consumed by working. That was when I remember Maria once remember that boss that I had, that little short guy that was so annoying. Anyway, I remember putting in my timesheet one week, and it was 102 hours I'd worked in a week. And he came up to me and said, "Well, I can see you're not a team player." And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, you live close to the station," because Maria and I live within a mile of the television station. And so when you lived that close to the television station, they expected to be able to call on you if there was, a 4-alarm fire, or if there was an accident or whatever. You just get out of bed because you're the closest reporter. And so the bottom line is we worked all the time. We took a lot of abuse that we wouldn't take today. We did a lot of things that...
That's true.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
I didn't have a whole lot of time for dating because my life was just really consumed by, literally, you just go to work and then you get up the next day and start the same whole thing all over again. And I went to church. I was very, 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 because when I left home, Nashville in 1976 and came to Baltimore, the last thing my father said, and the most imminent thing for him, was find a church home. You must find a church home, which is what happens in the African American community. If you're raised in a church culture where you're going to now leave that city, you need to find whatever is going to be your church base, which means basically that you're connecting to a kind of community that you've been familiar with, that's going to help support you, if things don't go well, or if things do go well. So I found my church home and had my one friend, Maria, who lived in the same apartment complex. My one friend, Gail, who lived in Chevy Chase. So and that was my life. That was our life.
And it kind of I would say to Oprah's unbelievable credit, or that her life, went from there, obviously, to Chicago, and then went through all of these kind of changes and everything. It's still a very core little group.
Isn't that funny?
And which I think is so kind of awesome. And like when I've had a little, if I've had a dinner for Oprah's birthday, it's like the same, like she has a core thing there. And you feel safe in that core friendship. And it's just when you've had somebody who's gone through the birth of all your children with you, right? Your marriage, your divorce, the death of your parents, the death of yourself, the rebirth of yourself, the evolution of herself, the change of herself. And it's kind of like if you don't think that off, you just step back and you're like, damn, like how blessed am I to have that for that length of time, the duration of that time, and all the laughs and tears and joys, and not have lost our way.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Wow. And there was a moment you told me, Maria, about you and Oprah that still to this day touches me. And we were in the makeup room, Oprah, Maria and I, and she said there's one single song that she said soothed her.
Oh, this is the best story on earth.
On earth.
Wait,
on earth.
I am so excited because just so you know, she played that song for me. We had an eye lock, Maria and I. I was crying, like I felt it, and I got chills all over my body. And she said, "I'm going to tell you a story about this song. Will you?"
Yeah.
Will you
No, you let
Oprah,
her.
you
tell it, and then I'll interrupt you.
No, Maria, you tell it. Well, you tell your version.
Yeah, you tell your version.
Okay, my version is. So she was having a birthday.
Yep.
And she had a very small group of girlfriends in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
She just kind of built her place in Hawaii. And she was having, it was at the beginning of OWN, which was a rough period.
Mm-hmm.
Needless, rough.
Yeah.
And so we're sitting.
Not just rough. Every newspaper, everybody was saying you should have kept your day job. The struggling OWN. What'd you leave the Oprah show for? It's disaster. It's about just one story after another story after another story. And new people would sit up and joke about it. It was Schadenfreude at its greatest. It was really a bad time for me. So, go ahead.
Really a bad time. And she was. She was kind of being raked over the coals publicly and everything, and she was really hurting. So we went to Hawaii, and we were sitting in the dining room, and the Sonatum Coram came on the music thing. And she and I both started like singing to the song. And I was like, "How do you know that song?" And she's like, "How do you know that song?" And I was like, "Oh my God, that song has helped me through." And this was after I had just gotten separated. And she's like, "Oh, that song is helping me." And so we started then talking about this song and the singer. And she was like, and Oprah's the kind of person that if she's throwing something for you, she'll find out your favorite musician, she'll find out your favorite cake, your favorite people, and do all this sort of stuff. And it doesn't often come back that way, right? Because she's not organizing her own birthday, right? Yeah. So I got up from the table and I was like, can you imagine, like if this had been my thing, she would have gotten that woman to come and sing for me.
Yeah. No. Can I interrupt?
Okay.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
I actually said to you,
Yes.
"Oh my God, I thought to have her here." And then I thought, nah, it's just my birthday.
Yeah,
but if I were doing this for you,
Yeah.
if I'd have known you really liked her, I would have done it for you.
Yes.
But I didn't think I could do it for myself.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So-
I said, oh my God, I love her so much.
Yeah.
I thought to do it for myself, and then I thought, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so
if it
that
was your
tells
birthday, I would've done it.
you
It tells you
something about
Oprah.
her.
It does, right there.
Anyways, so I got up from the thing and we started making calls. I started going to try to find her.
Yeah.
Right? I thought to myself, she's in California. I know
Right.
she lives in California somewhere, but I didn't know her. I don't know anything about. So I called the guy who had introduced the music to me. Do you know her? Anyway, long story short, by the next morning, this other woman who was at the party, we find this singer. Turns out she's a mile down the road.
Oh my God.
So we call her So we call her, and she's doing some concert or something.
Right.
So we said, look, you have to come over.
In Paia. She's doing a concert in Paia.
Yeah. Okay, in Paia,
30
well,
minutes
which
from
is
my house.
30 minutes from her
Okay.
house. Okay, what are the chances
odds.
of that? The odds.
What are the chances?
None, zero. So we get her, we convince her to come over because every evening, like right before dinner, we sit on the porch and we look for what Oprah calls as God moments, right? You call the God moments where we look out at the ocean and everything. We have a little cocktail and there we're on the porch. And so we had worked it out that we would be sitting there and then we'd have a little toast and you would hear, there were producers, like I was originally a
Did
producer.
Oprah know about anything?
No, she didn't know anything.
You had no idea this was happening.
Nothing.
Okay, this is
nothing,
good.
Right.
Yes.
So I'm like, okay, well, we'll start with this toast
Yeah.
and then the music will
Yeah.
start and she'll think the music is on the, house
Right.
radio. And then you dressed in your white thing, you'll come down the steps.
Oh.
And it'll be just this moment. I have goosebumps. And so we go out onto the porch. We have our cocktails. I'm sitting in the rocking chair next to her. We're looking. I'm like, wow, look at this like ocean. It's beautiful. And she's still kind of like, like not in a great mood or whatever. And then we're like, look at the sunset. All of a sudden, you hear this music.
Oh gosh.
Start to come on, and she's like,
Sonatum Core.
Yeah. And so she starts to hear the music, and I'm holding her hand. We're like looking at the thing, and all of a sudden, right? You take it from here.
No. So I'm
No.
thinking it's the speaker. Somebody's playing the music from the speaker because we play Sonatum Core and then the song. And then I turn and Sonatum Core is walking down the stairs of the porch because she was on the upstairs balcony.
Yeah.
She is walking down the stairs of the porch. And it was the most out of body, surreal. I think tears literally shot out of my eyes because I couldn't connect that.
There's
Just yesterday, it was midnight. We were at the table.
Yeah.
Midnight, we were at the table with me saying, if I'd have known you really liked her, I would have made sure that she was here. But I didn't think, I'd do it for my own birthday. And she's now on my front porch for sunset cocktails. I mean,
wow.
Singing, if by thy grace I sing your holy name.
By the way,
And by the
Is that
way,
a moment or what?
that's a moment.
It's
That's
a
the
moment.
best moment.
It was really one of those kind of, for me, once in a lifetime moments. It also was like, that she wouldn't do something for herself that she would do for other people.
Yeah.
And it was really a God moment. And as God is my judge, stuff started to turn around after that.
Is that right, Oprah?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
That was the moment for me, because if something that miraculous can happen, if something that close to being, that was pure alignment. The fact that the music comes on when it comes on, we're sitting at the table, I'm humming it, and Maria goes, how do you know that song? I go, how do you know that song? Because Sonatum Core is not something most people are.
Yeah.
And so, and in less than 24 hours, that person is on your front porch. I just thought, okay, God is with me. It's still possible to be aligned. It's still possible. And so I started to shift the idea of this struggling network to what an awesome thing to be able to have a network in your name. And what a great opportunity to be able to say something, whatever that is you want to share with the public, in a way that represents you, and stop looking at it as this god awful, I made a mistake, and being defined by other people's idea of it. So, and that moment, by thy grace, I sing your holy name. That was it.
It was so beautiful.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts. the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
By the way, I've since fallen in love with that song deeply, and it is also the song that goes off at 3:15 in the morning.
Oh.
That's my wake up.
Oh,
By
that's
Thy
your
Grace. Yeah, it's the best wake up because you gently wake up. How do you, when you have an on your knees moment, which sounds like that beginning part was that the lowest that you'd seen Oprah, Maria?
Well, I saw that was, by that time Oprah, was a big public figure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this was a big, public,
humiliation for me.
Yeah, it was a humiliation for her, and I knew she was taking it itself. She had just come off of the show. That had been a really big moment, right? And she was just getting, knocked around. And people don't remember, who starts a network? How people don't give you any grace space. They don't hold space for you to get it right? They didn't give her any space. They just expected her to go from the Oprah Winfrey Show into, a network that was all humming and doing and, that was from nothing, but would be there 24 hours with perfect programming. They didn't give her any time.
Yeah.
And so I think that it was, a moment where she had to, in a way go back to her grit that built her career, and people forget that. They just saw her as Oprah Winfrey.
Right.
And, but
the other thing, Hoda and Maria, the other thing was, it was a big learning lesson for me, and By Thy Grace, and the fact it was that song and all that meant, and that my friend Maria and all the other women at the table had the thought at midnight to try to find her. All of that energetically came into play with being able to switch my head around. And because prior to that moment, which was like the last moment of the evening, we had been at the table, and I remember laying my head down on the table sobbing.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Sobbing, saying, "Oh gee, I think I've made the worst mistake, and why did I do it, and blah blah blah." And so to go from that moment sobbing on the table with my friends to the next day, By Thy Grace, showing up, was really transformative for me. It was healing. It's exactly what you want your friends to be there to do. Number one, you want your friends to stand in the gap for you and to say, you are not whatever definition you're using to define yourself. So part of the problem in that moment was that I had been so accustomed to succeeding that the idea of not succeeding felt like felt like I personally failed, not like the network failed. And I later realized, as I talked to lots of businessmen who would buy companies and sell companies and do ventures and lose on this thing and gain on that thing, that men don't look at it the same way. This is a business that I started, and this business works, it's great. If it doesn't, then I move on to the next.
Right.
And I was taking it so personally, like this personally means that I have failed because I am listening to, all the naysayers and all of the schadenfreude. But that moment with my friends, led by Maria, By Thy Grace, is what started to turn me around. But I think all of us need that thing to shake us up.
Yeah, and I think what Oprah's also saying, can you imagine, your head is on the table, you're sobbing, you think like it's over, you're a failure. And, soon after that, if people hold space for you and hold you or whatever, that you can get a new lease on life, that you can look at something differently. And I think that's a kind of a life lesson for everybody, that in that moment when you think like, I just can't go on, I'm a failure. So it can turn around your feeling, your perspective, and your belief in yourself, right? And she went on to build a successful network. When people said she was finished, she was done, it was over. And, has gone on to, extraordinary achievements since then. So I think people, I think it's funny, like people say to me, like, even when she did the Harry and Meghan interview this year, like, oh my God, Oprah can interview. I'm like,
hello.
I'm like, yeah, and I remember telling you that, you're like, well, it has been 10 years since I was like, but people forget that how hard, how hard people work and work their way up. It's not like Oprah became Oprah. Like there's grit. There's all-nighters. There's Nashville. There's Baltimore. There's, sitting across keys. There's working the way up. There's being yelled at. There's being told you're, to this, to that, to whatever.
There's being yelled at. There's being harassed. There's being, all kinds of looking the other way in order to get ahead. I mean, I think we both came up at a time where there were aggressions all the time. But you knew that if you were to complain about it or say anything about it, you would just be out. It would be over. There was no recourse. And understanding that you just keep your head up and keep going. Keep your head up and keep.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Are you guys, people seek both of you out for advice. I know that I do. And I know that people do, whether it's on a podcast or just in person. I know everyone's on your IG Live. Maria, everyone, anytime Oprah says anything, everyone wants to lean in. Are you still learning? Like, what's the most recent kind of revelation or life lesson you've learned at this stage in the game? I'll start with Maria.
At this stage, well, that I'm continuing to grow and continuing to change and evolve. I think that, to me, if I think back, 20, 30 years, I thought I'd be cooked by this time. Or I thought I'd, knew everything there was to know. And I actually feel, so alive at this age. I feel lighter. I feel freer. I feel more alive. I am surprised by that. I am surprised by how awake in my own life I feel. So that to me is a godsend. It's a miracle, actually. And so I think that that's something I never thought about.
Mm-hmm. Oprah, what about you?
The thing that I love most about my life is the sense of gratitude and appreciation. I mean, I never, for one day, actually, have lost the sense memory of being raised in dire circumstances. I remember one night here, the frogs were so loud that I could hear them through the doorway, and I went out on the balcony and I was like, wow, this sounds just like Mississippi. You know, it sounds like being on my mother's porch in Mississippi. And then I just thought, well, it certainly is the frogs may sound the same, but the life from Mississippi to Montecito is just like light years in difference. But I am constantly reminded of, I mean, the last time Maria was here, we were walking around and we just took a walk around. I think socially distanced walk at the time.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about our lives and the fact that everything that has happened to me, I actually earned it. So we were talking, I think, about imposter syndrome. I was telling about, some people say they have imposter syndrome, and I'm like, I don't even know what that is, because everything that I have gotten, I work for it, I earned it, and you know, I live in this beautiful space surrounded by trees that I love, and have been able to create this life, but have never once forgotten the life that I came from in order to get to here. And so there's a sense of contentment and peace that comes with that, that actually, I don't think I'm surprised by it as this, I'm just so pleased. I'm just so pleased to be in a space where I'm no longer, you know, Maria and I talked about this for a while, no longer having to make decisions that please other people and don't please you.
That is freeing.
Yeah.
That's got to be freeing.
And I think the other thing that, if I do say so myself, that we've done well is I think sometimes if you're friends with somebody really well known, then other people come to, can you do this? Can you get so-and-so to do that? Could you get so-and-so to do that? Could you? And I, from the very beginning, you know, like she was off limits, period. To everybody and even in my own family. Wow. So if my brothers wanted to like go to her, and they found a way around me on their own.
They do what they do.
But I have been, you know, this is devoid of anything else. It's like I protect it. It's, you know, and vice versa. And it's, and that has been a challenge at times where people are like, oh, could you just please, could you just ask, oh, you could do. And if we've ever done things for each other and with each other, it's from us to the other. And I think that that's kind of been a big part, I think, of safeguarding this relationship, or at least in my mind.
This is...
Yeah, I would say so too.
Yeah.
Same here. I mean, people would try to get me to get something to you or a member of your family, and I just go, I don't play that.
I don't play that. I don't. Last time I saw Oprah was actually 2 weeks ago, because I was up there, and she was like, I said something like, we were talking about her having earned this, and I said to her, you've also earned the right to rest. You've also earned the right to rest.
Yes.
And I you know, I remember you looked at me kind of like, what? I was like, you've earned, you know, whatever you do now, you know, should come from a place of total desire and whatever, because you have earned not only this place that you've built, which is, when I first saw it before she moved in, she's like, I want to show you this thing. And I was like, this is a long way from Cross Keys. That's all I want to say. There wasn't even a fountain in Cross Keys. But I was like, you've also earned the right to rest. And I think that's a big...
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I know we only have a couple minutes left because you guys have been real generous with your time, but what is
I think women don't do that. I
What?
think women in particular don't do that.
Yeah.
Women don't give themselves the right to rest.
Yes.
I remember, yes, I was working with this meditation therapist when I was doing tour last year, just before COVID hit hard, and we would do this big meditation in the arenas, and whenever he would say to the audience, "You deserve rest," you could see tears flowing out of women's eyes.
Yeah.
Men don't cry when they're told you deserve rest, but women start to weep because the very notion that you can give yourself permission to rest is a foreign concept to so many women. So the fact that Maria was reminding me of that on my own doorstep, I was like, what? Oh yeah, okay, thank you so much.
And the
No,
fact,
but it's true.
And the
It's
fact
true.
that when you talk about your own mom who was like, you got to go, go, go. What's
Yeah.
the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? I mean, rest, vacation, relaxing was not part of the plan, wasn't part of the routine.
No, it wasn't allowed. And that's another thing that I've always said when I have gone to visit Oprah. When I went, she would, this sounds so kind of silly, but she would say oh, here's a cup of coffee I made for you.
I
And
brought the coffee and paper to your door.
and I'm gonna cry. It was so moving to me because that's not how I grew up. Nobody brought a cup of coffee or a cup of water to me. And she, in a funny way, even though I had a very close relationship with my mother, I wasn't mothered in that way, right? And she wasn't mothered in her own way. But I think in a way we have mothered each other. And, when as I said, when I turned 60, I just gotten, separated. I was in a bag. She's like, I'm going to give you a birthday party. When I was living in a hotel, I'm going to come and sit in the room next to you. I'm going to bring you the coffee. These kind of, little moments in our lives, I think at the end of the day are what, I grew up in a big family and a big life. But when I close my eyes, it's the little moments. It's you having dinner with me. It's her bringing the coffee. It's having a laugh. It's, I think we're all pushed to have these big, big moments. But I think it's the little moments that people aren't pushed to have that really are the transforming moments.
And also for me, when you're asking that original question about words that describe the friendship, the thing that grounds me in my friendship relationship and cherishing Maria is that she really sees me. Yeah. And she tries to do that with everybody. I know you feel that in your relationship with her. I know her children feel that, and that when she sees you, she really makes an effort to really get you. Mm-hmm. And when you're in her presence, you feel like you're the most important person. And that is a real life skill to do that with people, so that everybody thinks that they are your favorite friend, And that's what you do so well. That's one of the reasons why I cherish you so much.
Oh my God.
I love you. Thank you. Look at that. Thank
and
you.
Yes, and when you went through that whole phase of I'm calling people and I'm telling them that I love them, I'm going to say that out loud. That's because you've gone through a period where you'd lost so many people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a funny story about
It makes it a
Oprah.
habit
Tell
to
it.
like just sometimes Hoda, she'll just go checking in. You
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah,
You okay? Okay,
that's
good.
one of my favorite texts.
Then she's like, I'm good. Okay, I was just like, buddy check. Where are we? How are we? You
It's
know,
one of my favorite
Yeah.
texts to
Yeah.
ever get is that one. Are you
Buddy
okay?
check. Are you
Buddy
okay?
check. What were you
I was going to say this really funny story that I had. Oprah that always makes me laugh. I was on her show, and I had a children's book out. I think it was either about death or Alzheimer's. I write always about some disastrous part of life. And just always, my brother was like, could you write something other than like death, divorce, whatever. But I was talking to, she was interviewing me, and it was a very quiet moment in the studio, and people were emotionally having a moment. I think it was about Alzheimer's, or it was about death or something. And I was like, so you have this, so that right away now we need to get going. We need to like get involved and change the world. And Oprah was like, just give the people a moment. Like, I just calm the F down. Just like, let the people cry. We're going to commercial. Then it's doing the commercial. She's like, let the people have a moment. Let them cry. Let them emote. Don't give them an assignment. And I was like,
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Yeah.
That was a little Eunice coming through.
A little Eunice.
Yeah.
I remember my favorite Eunice story is I was on vacation and I was on a boat out in the middle of the Caribbean.
Tell it.
Oh yeah, this is genius.
Wait, I want to hear.
And I had seen we had been docked somewhere, and I had seen Eunice and said hello and all, and she goes, I think the tsunami had happened.
Yeah,
She goes,
was
what
the
are you and Maria going to do about this? What are you and Maria going to do about this? I was like, well, it's a tsunami. I don't know what we can do. And so apparently she was not happy with our conversation or what I thought the result should be of that conversation. And I'm in the middle of the ocean in the boat, and Eunice has rowed out to the boat. And they're like, there's a woman with a pink swim cap in a boat outside. And she says she needs to see you. She needs a meeting with you.
That's true.
What? I come out.
Yeah.
True story. I come out, and Eunice goes, I'm serious. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
I'll never forget that as long as I live. She goes, I tracked Oprah down. This was over Christmas vacation. She goes, I tracked her down. I ran down the pier. I went out there. You two have got to do something. There is a tsunami. I said, well, Mommy, I don't, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. Oh, it's ridiculous that she's not doing something. And you and she together, it's the both of you just sitting there. I think it's inexcusable. I was like, oh my, it was like the day after Christmas or 2 days, I was just like, could you leave her alone?
I was on Christmas vacation.
Yeah, that's true. Well, goes, I found her all right. I found her. I found her. I'm all over her.
Oprah, were you scared of Eunice?
I was intimidated by Eunice, no question about it.
Yeah.
No question about it. Because Maria comes from the kind of family, no matter who you are, you're not doing enough in the world. So you come and you sit at the table, and Sarge wants to know, what have you done lately? What are you working on? What are you working on next? What are you working on after that? Maria, you told this story once about talking about a friend who'd gone on a vacation and had decided, what was it? They were going to take a leave of absence or something?
No, was that the one where they were taking a honeymoon with themselves? Was it that one?
Yes, a honeymoon.
Yeah.
Themselves. And what happened?
Father said,
Yeah, my father said, I was like, this friend of mine said, I just had this honeymoon with myself. And I was like, wow, you imagine that? So I was like, I think I should do that, have a honeymoon with myself. And I said, the most ridiculous, selfish comment I've ever heard
That's what your dad
from you.
said?
Yeah, he's like, outrageous. Don't ever think like that. I was like, okay, all right, I won't. But they were like that. With, they would be like, because when I brought Oprah over to the house for dinner, when we were in Baltimore, they're like, what's your friend doing now? Where is she going? Does she have a TV show? Get the people on the TV show. To have her do something. She should have a TV show. And she was on a TV show with this other guy, and she was like the sidekick.
Right.
And I was like, she doesn't really have any power on the TV show, so she can't have a Special Olympic athlete on the TV show.
Man. Okay, guys, what was the most, I just have a couple more things. What was the most difficult thing you had to let go of in your life?
Most difficult thing? You go first. I don't know.
Ooh, Maria, I'll let you take that, babe.
Most difficult thing I had to... probably my marriage. Yeah. Or my vision of whatever I thought my marriage was. Yeah. I have a lot of things.
I think I had to let go of this notion that I could make everybody happy, that I could please everybody, that I was going to be the kind of person that everybody was going to actually like. I think coming to terms with the fact that you are never going to please everybody, and you can't be who you are in the world without accepting the fact that there are going to be some people who, no matter how, character driven you think you are, no matter how centered of a moral compass you think that you have, that there are people like, I can't stand her. I really don't like her. You know what I mean? So I think letting go of the notion that you're never going to please everybody.
And does that still hurt or not so much anymore?
Not so much. Listen, 67 things hurt less.
Yeah. What's the best thing about being this age? And we'll wrap it up.
Wow. I think there's a lot of great things about. I remember, Oprah, you telling me, like, when you turn 60, people are gonna start treating you different. And I was like, no, they're not. Well, but I started, I think, slowly in my 60s, have started treating myself differently and started to be kinder to myself. And as I said, I feel lighter to the point of like, I think a lot of my life I spent kind of living to please my parents. And please others, like she's saying. And now I'm really clear about I want to spend my time doing what I love with the people that I love.
And having more fun.
And having more fun. I want to travel. I want to, with people that I love. I don't want to travel by myself. I know some people like that, and I don't like that. But I want to experience joy and happiness and connection and deep connection, and I'm able to do that now. My kids are cooked.
Yeah.
I'm single. I'm free. I'm my own boss in so many ways. I'm finally the boss of me. I'm finally the boss of me.
I love that. Oprah, what about for you? What's the best part?
The best thing about how you want to get to this point because you have nothing else to prove. It's just like Maria said. There's nothing to prove. Anything you do, you choose to do it because it's going to bring you pleasure, meaning, enjoyment, fulfill some kind of purpose that you want or desire, but you have nothing to prove. Nothing to prove because you already proved it.
Yeah, we're survivors. And I just want to say that we both love you. Yeah, because we've never done this before.
By the way, I'm so honored.
We've never done this, and neither one of us knew what we were doing or why we were doing this.
I just said I had to do it because Hoda asked.
Yeah.
And was it last year, Hoda? I sent you those flowers. Hoda did. There was a piece where Hoda did of me on the Today Show. I looked at that piece and I literally said, "I'm still alive, right? I am still living." It was like. It was like.
Yeah.
Emporium, everything you've ever done. It was such a great piece. I was like, Whoa!
I can, yeah, Oprah's like, I can rest now. I can rest now.
By the way, I saved that voicemail. I'll save it forever.
But that's really,
Wow.
because we haven't done this, and like we're friends over 40 years,
Wow.
right?
Well,
so it's actually, so thank you for asking us both, even though both of us just said yes because it was you.
Well,
you.
I'm honored, man. Y'all, this was beautiful.
And we love you.
I love you both. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for making space for us.
Yeah, thanks for holding space for us.
Anytime. Love
Let's
you
go
guys.
on a trip.
Yeah.
Let's go have some fun.
I'm ready to go.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Great Farms. Hey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, really? Really?
Okay. Come on.
Let's go. Come
I'm
on.
doing it.
Okay. Love you.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Don't click off yet. Hold on 1 second, Oprah. We're just gonna do a quick picture. Hold on. Smile.
This is Hoda's new podcast.
Thank you.
Hoda's
oh my
new.
God.
It's called Holding Space or Making Space. Making Space.
Yeah.
Making space.
All
well,
right.
thanks for making space
Thank
for
you.
us.
I love you.
I'll call you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, Oprah.
Bye.
Bye, honey.
I love you.
Bye.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Hello to all of our friends out there watching Today All Day. Hope you had a great weekend. I'm Chanel Jones alongside Tom Yamas on this holiday Monday.
Yeah, President's Day. We are happy to be here, and even happier you tuned into Today in 30. We're starting off the show with the latest on some fast-moving developments in the Ukraine crisis. Richard Engel is here with a full report.
Then, if you're among the millions of people who still rely on 3G service, you're going to want to listen up. There are some serious health and safety concerns being raised as it's phased out in favor of 5G. We'll have everything you need to know.
Plus, February is Heart Health Month, and we're covering the things you should be aware of to be heart smart, from the numbers to keep an eye on to lifestyle factors and more.
And our friends Hoda and Jenna love celebrating every holiday with trivia. So on this President's Day, they're testing our knowledge with a presidential pop quiz. So let's get things popping.
All right, so it's time for this episode of
Today in 30. We are covering it all this morning, from the White House to Ukraine. And in a moment, we'll talk to President Biden's national security advisor. But first, NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, joins us from Ukraine with the very latest. Richard, good morning.
Good morning, Chanel. Every day in Ukraine, it seems like we are now taking 2 steps closer to war and then take 1 step backwards, with apparently diplomacy back in the cards. But U.S. officials are warning that Russia could still soon invade with the help of Russian-backed separatists who are just about a mile from here, and that also Russia is planning a campaign of repression after it invades, including drawing up lists of Ukrainian activists who potentially could organize a resistance movement or an underground, and that Russia would use these lists to track down the activists and arrest them or kill them. Russia this morning denied that any such lists exist, calling it a total lie. But what is not in dispute is that frontline positions like this one are heating up.
These may be the opening shots of a war that could tear up the map of Europe. Russian-backed separatists fighting in a largely ignored conflict for 8 years against the Ukrainian government have dramatically stepped up artillery and mortar attacks, firing on houses seemingly at random in government-held areas. Villagers tell us Ukrainian forces are firing back. Roman Yanukovych, a security guard at a fish cannery, says he'd just left his house when an artillery round exploded. It came, he says, from the separatist areas. But over the fields in separatist territory, the mirror is twisted. The separatists say they are facing an unprovoked and merciless assault by the Ukrainian army and gangs of saboteurs. Ukraine denies it's launched an offensive and accuses the separatists of manufacturing a crisis to give Russia an excuse to invade. The separatists, around 2 million, have ordered a mass evacuation for Russia. But some residents of the separatist areas told reporters they didn't know why they'd been brought to Russia, complaining they'd been dumped there without food or a place to stay. Russian media accused the Ukrainian government of carrying out a genocide against Russian speakers in Ukraine. And in yet another show of force, President Vladimir Putin this weekend personally oversaw readiness tests of his country's vast nuclear arsenal. U.S. officials say President Biden said he expects Russia will invade within days because U.S. intelligence indicates President Putin has given his commanders the go-ahead. On the front lines, Ukrainian Lieutenant Colonel Andrei Baklan pointed out separatist positions. Baklan fought for the Soviet Union as a young soldier and hated it. He doesn't want to live under what he calls Putin's dictatorship.
We don't know what's coming. How do you think this ends?
Good always triumphs over evil, he says. But if this starts, many people will die on both sides, and many civilians. But as Churchill showed, in the end, there will be victory.
For now, it seems the Ukrainian forces and the Russian-backed separatists are testing each other, firing artillery, responding with artillery, firing mortars, but without advancing and taking territory. But an escalation here, Chanel, could quickly spread.
It's a scary situation. Richard, thank you.
All right, let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Kristen, what's the latest on that possible summit between President Biden and Putin and the prospects of it actually happening?
Good morning, Tom. Well, that's the exact right question, because with the situation intensifying on the ground in Ukraine, as Richard just showed us, the White House is really aiming at this point to downplay the chances of a meeting between President Biden and President Putin. And overnight, 3 top officials telling NBC News that while the president has agreed in principle to a summit with Putin, no details have been agreed to with the Russians. And they stress that, of course, any meeting is going to be dependent on whether Russia invades. Now, you may remember that Secretary of State Tony Blinken is set to meet with his Russian counterpart on Thursday. That meeting will also be scrapped if Putin moves in. Bottom line here, the U.S. has been publicly warning for days that Putin could invade at any moment, and that assessment just has not changed, Tom.
And Kristen, I know you have some new reporting on these explosive new allegations. We mentioned at the top of the broadcast that Russia has compiled a list of Ukrainians to be killed or kidnapped if they invade. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, here's a bit more about that letter to the UN obtained by NBC News. And the details are really stunning. It says that after an invasion, Russian acts in Ukraine could include, quote, targeted killings, kidnappings, forced disappearances, and even the use of torture. Now, those who would likely be targeted would include dissidents, journalists, religious and ethnic minorities, and people in the LGBTQI community. When asked about this list Monday, Richard said this as well. A Kremlin spokesperson called the allegations an absolute fake and a lie. But big picture here, all of this just adds to the pressure on President Biden to find a diplomatic resolution as the window for talking seems to be closing quickly, Tom.
Yeah, it seems it's getting more and more intense. Kristen, we thank you for that.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And now to that big broadband transition that's going to impact all of us, the official switch to 5G. Starting this week, AT&T says it'll go full throttle, shutting down its older 3G networks for good. And some worry the move will put the health and safety of millions of 3G users at risk. NBC's Gotti Schwartz has everything you need to know. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. 5G stands for fifth generation of broadband, and it promises much faster connections and downloading for everyone. And major carriers have been rolling out 5G since 2019, but to get it fully turned on, they've got to turn off their older 3G networks, and that's what's happening as soon as Tuesday. But critics want this switch delayed because they're worried it could put millions of lives in danger.
It surfs the web and downloads data twice as fast.
Remember when 3G was a huge breakthrough over a decade ago, offering unthought of advances like video conferencing and mobile maps? Well, now major carriers are shutting down their 3G networks to make way for much faster 5G. AT&T is the first, phasing out its 3G on Tuesday. T-Mobile will do it by the end of March, and Verizon by the end of the year.
5G is compelling relative to 3G for three reasons. One, it's more power efficient, which means it'll support more devices and more subscribers on a network. Two, it's more secure. And third, performance.
Because both use the same networks, fully enabling 5G means carriers must disable 3G. But many older devices and alarm systems still use 3G.
If someone has a 3G medical alert system, help won't come. If they have a fire alarm system in their home with a 3G device and a smoke detector goes off, no one will know. If they have a 3G cell phone, they try and make a phone call, won't be able to.
Carriers say they've been transitioning customers off 3G for years. AT&T told us less than 1% of its mobile traffic runs on 3G. But 2 million home and personal emergency response systems still use 3G, mostly through AT&T networks, and 80% of those customers are seniors. Now the alarm industry and many others are petitioning the FCC to delay AT&T's 3G shutdown until the end of the year, giving companies more time to upgrade customers to 4 and 5G. In the meantime, the FCC says it has safeguards in place to ensure devices using 3G still work through the transition.
Okay, so experts say any device over 3 years old using wireless technology, a phone, your car, a home alarm, or a medical alert system, might still be using 3G, and upgrading it to 4 or 5G might mean you got to replace the device entirely, like with a phone, or you might need a company tech to come out and install new parts. So the best way to know if you're using 3G still is really just to call the manufacturer's customer service number and ask. Guys, back to you.
We are back with Mr. Smith Goes To.
And Tom's still in his PJs. Inspired by the Winter Olympics, Harry decided to take a trip downtown to explore one of New York's most vibrant areas, Chinatown. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning. Good morning. Really, it does.
There's a lot of room in here. If you guys let me know. It's like Snuggies for your legs.
Tell you what, with the Olympics over, and one of the sort of sad things about that, because of COVID restrictions, it's like our folks or even the athletes couldn't get around to sample the local culture, really, right? But a lot of places around the country, the Chinese culture is alive and well. In New York City, for instance, the biggest Chinese population in the United States, 500,000 people. We went down to Chinatown in Manhattan to get a little taste. A walk through New York's Chinatown is a food lover's dream journey. Our first stop, a grocery store.
This is such a pure window into 1,000-year-old culture and cuisine.
Our guide is Francis Lamb, writer, publisher, and host of The Splendid Table on public radio.
Anywhere you travel is you go to the market. You go see what people shop for. You go see what people eat. You go see what's important to people.
Lamb's mother shopped here, as have generations of Chinese, for here is a wall of ramen.
I am probably 45% by body weight noodle. There are all these different noodles, rice noodles, Thai style, Japanese style.
But the dried foods are the pride of Po Wing Fong Food Market. Delicacies.
These are dried abalones.
Pricey.
Oh, they're wild, $220 a pound.
Delicious.
It doesn't taste like a fresh oyster, it just tastes like the evil superhero version of an oyster. Like it's just darker, moodier, it's like Batman.
Sophia Tsao is in charge here, but it's her mother who has been behind the counter for as long as anyone can remember. What does it mean to you to follow in your family's footsteps to be running this store now?
For me personally, I like to think that I'm continuing their legacy. So I think that I'm not only just helping my family financially, but also the community.
Hang around a grocery store long enough and you'll get hungry. What's our next stop?
I want to take you to the second coming of a classic tofu shop that was sort of more in the heart of Chinatown.
Inside, we watch the modern-day version of the ancient alchemy of tofu. Paul Ang is the proprietor of Fong An Tofu Shop.
It's starting to coagulate, and so now I'm going to cover it, and it will set, kind of like Jell-O.
The finished product, though, the texture of silk on your tongue, served sweet or savory.
But you have that really, really creamy pudding. You get like the crunch of that shallot, and you get like the little crispiness of the pickles.
We tried both. It's really one of those where's this been all my life sort of taste experiences. On we wandered, wanting to stop everywhere and taste even what we did not recognize.
She said you can eat it raw if you want. What do you think?
Oh my God. This is so good.
It's like if a cucumber and a pear had a baby.
The energy in Chinatown is palpable, but life here is not what it once was.
In January of 2020, people stopped coming to Chinatown because it was the China virus.
Many a store shuttered, some permanently.
It's the economic devastation that we felt all over the country, but you layer on top of that a rise in hate crimes, a rise in racist rhetoric, a rise of scapegoating. It's rough, man. It's rough.
Yet people persevere, and perhaps no place better represents that than our last stop. Huaiyan, Chinese fine dining. Chef Shen Lei Tang, son of the original chef, holds forth in the kitchen. Among the specialties, sesame noodles.
It's killer, right? Yeah. It's like a little bit of garlic, a little bit of scallion. But you can taste everything, and every flavor kind of comes and goes.
Honestly, I heard, okay, we're going to go have cold sesame noodles at this really fancy restaurant. This exceeds my expectations. Far exceeds. The shredded beef, best I've ever had. And the key? How come your food is so much better than everybody else's? Cooking from your heart. Cooking from your heart.
Cooking from your heart.
Right?
What a beautiful
Isn't that the
story.
truth? But Chinatown, the life is on the street there.
Yes.
You just feel the vibrancy as you walk around, and you kind of go, what's that? What's this? Stop in here, stop in there. Taste a little of this, taste a little
Well,
of
I'm
that.
glad you did that because some of us, we want to go, but we just don't know what we're buying or what to look for. Like
Right.
that one thing that looked like a cucumber.
I don't even know what it's called. That's the thing, was Francis didn't even know what it was.
Really?
That was the coolest part.
Was it sweet?
It was taste like a lemon and a zucchini and a cucumber all at the same time.
I'm going to Fong Ang for tofu.
Yeah.
That looks
Oh my
amazing.
God. Phenomenal. And they just scoop a little layer off at a time.
And it's a reminder of all the treasures there. You could spend a week in Chinatown in New York City and find new places.
Without question. The other thing about it also is one of the reasons we live in our cities is the amazing diversity.
Amen.
Oh
Yeah.
my
And
God.
cities
I got
all over the country. There are
Right?
places
Yep.
we
Yeah.
should visit. All right. Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Harry.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. February is American Heart Month. So this morning on today's checklist, we're talking about how to be smart when it comes to your heart.
There are so many factors to keep your heart healthy, and here to have everything we need to know is cardiologist Dr. Suzanne Steinbaum. Dr. Steinbaum, good morning.
Good morning.
It's so nice to have you here, and I love doing these segments because heart disease runs in my family, but there are so many factors. I feel like, you know, there's the BMI, there's your weight, there's the size of your waist. I mean, there's just so many factors to think of, but it's actually made simpler now with the 7 simple steps or
American
smarts.
Heart Association Life's Simple 7. So
what are they?
We talk about the behaviors. The first thing is absolutely no smoking. We know that, not even a puff, none.
Okay.
The next thing is exercise. The American Heart Association recommends 150 minutes per week of moderate intensity exercise.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we talk about diet. And a diet that's high in fiber and vegetables, fruits, nuts, olive oil, good fats.
Mm-hmm.
The Mediterranean diet, that's really what we recommend to decrease heart disease.
Okay.
Then we go to the numbers. The numbers that are so critical is blood pressure. Now, when the blood pressure is low, it decreases the force on the arteries, the heart, the kidneys. It's actually one of the most important markers to get low to prevent heart disease, heart attacks, and strokes. We want that number less than 120/80. Then we go to the cholesterol. Now, cholesterol is a really important factor in heart attacks and strokes, and we want that number less than 200.
The bad cholesterol.
Now, that's the total one. The LDL is the bad stuff, and that can be really, really important to keep low to prevent cardiovascular disease. The next one are sugars. Now, sugars we know go up in diabetes, but even slightly elevated sugars can be damaging to the heart. So you've got to go to your doctor and get it checked. A hemoglobin A1C of less than 5.7, that's what we're looking for. And then the last number is weight.
Okay.
Now, when we talk about weight, a lot of times we've spoken about body mass index, but now we're going to talk about waist circumference because that in itself can increase the risk of cardiovascular disease. So in women, less than 35 inches, in men, less than 40 inches, and those are our goals.
Okay.
All right, now
great.
you get to do a little spin.
Yes.
Okay. Choreography. This one we don't have to dwell on it for too long, but I think it's important to talk about the connection between stress, if you're stressed out, and your heart health. What do we need to know?
Listen, we all know this. For the past 2 years, we have all been under stress. It is toxic. There's that good stress, you know, those skiers on top of the mountain in the Olympics, that's great. But that bad stress that's chronic increases inflammation, increases the potential of cardiovascular disease. So having stress management every day is critical.
All right.
Meditation, yoga, breathing exercise, laughter, being
all of those things, and social support.
That's a good list. Doctor, come on down.
Down to the guys
So
now.
we've talked about what to do day to day, but the reality is, bottom line, heart attacks happen. What are the signs to look for?
So important when a heart attack happens. In men, we have the classic Hollywood heart attack, elephant sitting on your chest, chest pressure, radiating down the left arm and sweating. But in women, it could be slightly more subtle and different. Shortness of breath, jaw pain, back pain, nausea, vomiting, sweating, even flu-like symptoms could be a sign of heart attack in women.
So, doctor, so many people, there's so much to know. You could be overwhelmed. What's the first step you need?
I'm going to tell you 4 quick things. 80% of the time, heart disease is preventable. Number 2, know your numbers. Those things we talked about, get them checked. Go to your doctor. Number 3, talk to your family. Do you have a family history? If you do, you're at risk. And the last one, pick one thing to do every single day to get yourself healthier and keep going, and you can do it.
One thing a day.
Yes. One thing a day.
Dr. Steinbaum, thank you so much. It's an important reminder this morning.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
It is President's Day, and you know, we love to celebrate this holiday with a trivia pop quiz.
Yeah, okay, and this is literally one of my least favorite words, a pop
But
quiz.
it's true, because
we're going to pop a balloon. Yes. Donna's here.
Tell us, Donna.
Okay, so this is going to be fun. Here's how it's going to work.
Okay.
I'm going to read you a question, either about a fictional president or a real-life president. There will be 3 options, okay? Each corresponding to a different color balloon. So instead of A, B, or C, it'll be red, white, and blue.
Oh, right, blue.
You
Okay.
will have to dash across, pick the correct color balloon, bring it back, and sit on it so that you pop it. So let's get popping, okay?
Okay, let's go.
Are you ready?
Okay, ready.
Yes. Okay, first one. Let me read.
Okay, you have to finish it.
Who was the first president to appear on TV? Red, Calvin Coolidge, white, Franklin D. Roosevelt, or blue, Harry S. Truman?
Get out of me! Oh my God, I hate this part.
God, this is terrifying.
I know, I don't like seeing
I hope
balloons.
everyone at
I really
home
don't.
doesn't
I have
hate
a
that
fear of
sound.
them.
But great job. You
My
did
heart
it.
is pounding. I don't know if I'm good at this game.
You
okay,
did it.
but they're, by the way, they're.
Can we just pick the balloon?
So
I don't
full.
like sitting.
You have
Did it
to.
hurt when
Should
you
we,
No, it doesn't.
should we
It doesn't.
disclose
No.
what happened before the commercial?
No, let's continue.
Okay, all right. Question 2. In the movie The American President, Michael Douglas plays which president running for re-election? Red, Andrew Shepard, white, Bruce Fox, or blue, Samuel Smith?
Oh God, 1, 2.
I don't want to play.
How does that happen? How does that
Andrew
happen?
Shepard.
Andrew Shepard, yes, good job.
Try it. Just try it. Don't be afraid.
Try it. You got
okay,
it.
I'm gonna
You're
go slow.
never
You do
afraid.
this one.
Okay, question
You got
3.
it. You can do it.
Who was the shortest president with a height of 5 feet 4 inches? Red, James
Okay, you do
Madison,
it.
white, Rutherford B.
You do
Hayes,
it.
or blue,
Go,
Millard
go, go,
Fillmore?
Just pick
Okay, I
one.
think it's Rutherford B. Hayes, but I have no idea.
Okay, why don't you say
Okay,
it?
I hate this so much.
Goodbye.
You know what? I'll
1,
save you the
2,
pop. 'cause
3.
it's
Sit
wrong.
down. Sit.
It's
sit.
wrong.
It's
sit.
wrong.
Sit.
It's
No,
wrong.
just sit on it. But you have to let her do. Ow! That hurt. Okay, now do I get to
He
yell?
was
I get
giving
to
us all
yell. I'm
anxiety
gonna
a little
go
bit.
with
It
this
was
one.
James Madison, by the way.
Oh.
Okay, so that was also wrong.
wrong.
But fun fact, there were 6 James presidents. Okay,
5'4"?
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
That was an Abe Lincoln was
How do you feel?
6
You
feet 4
okay?
inches.
You don't like it. She don't like me. Okay, let's continue.
Question 4. True or false? Selena Meyer never becomes president on Veep. Hoda, you got this one. Red, true, white, false.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. Oh my God. Oh, I hate it so much. I can't do it.
Hoda, you're great at popping.
I'm sweaty.
I know. How come?
I think we're all sweating.
I feel like it's like I'm getting shot. Yes. Okay. It is scary.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the most common first name for a U.S. president? Red William, White John, Blue James.
She just told us.
I know. I was hoping that you would forget.
Oh God.
Excuse me.
Jenna got it right. I gave it away. That was a mistake. Oh, that was a mistake on my part.
Yes, it will. Just
I
you're
actually
skinny.
hate-
That's what happens.
No,
You're
okay.
both skinny. Okay, here we go.
No, it's never over.
Which one of these actors has never played the president? Red Morgan Freeman, white Jamie Foxx, blue Matt Damon.
Where you took my blue? Oh shoot! Oh gosh! Ow!
Jenna, I've never seen you this scared
I don't
before.
like it.
It's kind of sweet and endearing.
Your fear is eclipsing your competitive.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you ever
so
seen
weird.
this?
I know. We have to embrace our fears.
I don't want to.
Okay, this is the final one. So let's
She's
pop.
winning by 4-1. So okay, go ahead.
But we just want you to face your fear. Okay. One of the most beloved TV presidents was Jed Bartlett on The West Wing. Before becoming president, Jed was governor of what state? Red, New Hampshire, white, Massachusetts, or blue, Delaware?
Just guess, and you don't have to pop it. I'm going to go with New Hampshire.
You guys just aren't getting
No, we're not.
We don't like it.
Okay, well, Hoda, you were right, and you're the winner.
Okay.
And a quick ad, Selena Meyer was president on the show Veep.
Okay, what do we get?
Okay, well, guess what? Since every competitor needs to throw some shade at the other, we've got some fun
You look
Uncle
so
Sam
cute.
Okay,
shade.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
so
Donna.
much,
That was
Donna.
really fun.
We hope you join us for another big show tomorrow and today. One of the biggest stars from the Winter Games is paying Studio 1A a visit. Gold medal winning figure skater Nathan Chen.
I'm going to tune in for that. I shall be here. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you then. Have a great holiday.
Oh, today all day, looking for a hot and delicious date? Who isn't? Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is taking you on a date with dates. And it'll be hard not to fall in love. First up, she's making the perfect sweet and salty snack, Miso almond date bites. Then she's gonna whip up a creamy date shake. And then to top it off, a French toast smothered in a gooey date caramel.
I do get hangry sometimes, shockingly. You would think because I'm always cooking I never get hangry, but you know what? It just happens to the best of us. I have been dating for a long time, and no, it's not what you're thinking. I have been eating dates for a long time. I grew up around them, especially during Ramadan when we would eat them to break our fast. And since then, I've been absolutely hooked, and I #cannot stop dating. I want you to be just as obsessed with dating as I am, so I'm gonna show you 3 of my favorite recipes. First up, we've got my miso almond date bites, which are salty and sweet. Then I'm gonna show you how to make my super simple vegan date shake. And finally, we're gonna make my favorite French toast with an almond butter date caramel. When you're shopping for dates, let me tell you something important. Make sure you're looking for the medjool variety. These are a lot sweeter and chewier than their other counterparts, which tend to be a bit drier and not as great to bake with, or cook with, or eat as a snack. I like to eat these plain as well, which is why I look for a nice, delicious, chewy, sweet medjool date, because you want something that's a nice, sweet snack, but you don't want anything that's dry. These miso almond crunch bites have everything going for them. They've got some umami from the miso, some crunch from the almonds. They're the perfect snack to keep in the fridge for when you want something a little sweet, but you still want to eat something wholesome. I'm putting in a solid amount because I love a date. These are gonna act as a really nice base, a really sweet and chewy base. It's gonna allow these bites to stick together, and we're not gonna add any other sugar. That's way too many, but I don't care. So I got my dates in my blender, and now I'm gonna add my almonds. I'm using just raw almonds here. These are gonna add the nice crunch to these bites. We love a lot of texture here. Now, to seal the deal, to seal those almonds in, I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. You can feel free to use a peanut butter or cashew butter. If you have any other butter in your pantry, feel free to use it. The almonds and the almond butter make this snack super wholesome and delicious. Now, we're gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you use the unsweetened variety here because the dates are already gonna add a lot of sweetness to the snack. So pretty. We're gonna add a little vanilla extract, just for a little vanilla. And finally, I'm gonna add some white miso paste. This is made from fermented soybeans, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about miso soup. Stop that train of thought, halt it right there. This is just gonna add some nice umami flavor and balance out that really nice sweet date and almond combination. Gonna finish this off with a little pinch of salt just to bring everything together. Pull out that sweetness. Little pinch, not too much. And then we're ready to blend. Are you ready? I'm ready. Feel free to scrape down the sides if you need to. I need to. Just to get everything nicely incorporated. What you're looking for with this dough is to have some nice texture. So we don't need everything to be completely pulverized. Totally fine if we have some little bigger or smaller pieces of almonds. That's just gonna really contribute to the crunch. This is what we're looking for. As you can see, it's a bit thick, it's a bit sticky. This is gonna be great because it's gonna help us form it into our little bites. I wish you could smell this. It's like warm and salty and sweet, and I haven't even tasted it yet. Okay. I'm using a really cute cookie scoop here. We want it to be just shy of about a size of a golf ball, but you can make them bigger or smaller if you'd like. I like a little bite-sized bite I can just grab from the fridge when I want something a little sweet and salty. As you can see, this is what we're looking for. You can see a little piece of date here. You've got some different sizes of almond pieces. This is good. We like this. We like texture. It's a work of art. We love this bite. Look at how cute. First one done. My biggest struggle with no-bake recipes like this one is that it really is a challenge to get everything to the parchment paper before I eat it all. But I'm doing okay so far. I did sneak a little bite though. Don't tell anyone. The dates make it really nice and sticky to form into a little ball as well, which is really great. They add a little sweetness. They allow it to adhere together. See, this is why I love dating. Look at that, super cute. I always have this in my fridge or freezer because I'm always a little hungry. I always like to snack, so this is really nice to know. I feel secure when I have this in my freezer or fridge. We're almost at the end. There's a light at the end of this blender tunnel. Pretty good. Rolled out all of my dough into these cute little bites. And now I'm just gonna let them nap in the fridge for a little bit just to firm up while I melt my chocolate. Oh, would you look at that? My little date bites have woken up from their nap in the fridge, and I think it's time to add some chocolate. Melted my chocolate already, as you know. And now I'm just gonna do a really nice, cute drizzle. If you want a little more chocolate, if you want a little desserty vibe, feel free to completely submerge them. I'm just gonna do a nice little drizzle here. How smooth and melty that chocolate is. Look at that. All right, we're gonna start drizzling. You don't need too much on your spoon. Go a little light-handed so you can get a nice, cute, delicate drizzle. Or you can go full force, do a really heavy drizzle. Whatever is up to you. The reason I like melting chocolate with coconut oil is that it makes the chocolate really smooth and nice, really drizzleable. Drizzleable. I just make up words, honestly, at this point. Got my own dictionary, drizzleable. Makes it easier to drizzle. Feeling like you want more of a chocolate moment, feel free to completely submerge. Take them for a swim. I will not judge you. In fact, I'll support you all the way. If you're getting fancy, you can even do a little crisscross action like this. I mean, come on. Picasso called. He wants his date balls back. All right, last one. They look so cute. And now I have one final little step. Just gonna add a little flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna bring out that chocolate. It's gonna balance out the sweetness. I love using flaky sea salt over my entire life. You ready? Just a little. It also looks really pretty too. Those big chunks of flaked salt, so pretty, it's a little fancy. These bites are gonna take another little nap in the fridge for about 30 minutes. I want this chocolate to firm up and then they'll be ready to eat. What a successful nap. I mean, look at this, so pretty. You've got that nice chocolate drizzle, a little salty contrast. You know what? I should probably take a picture of them before I dig in, so I'm gonna do that. They look too cute not to. Just straight on the tray. Real life action, you know? I've got to commend my own drizzling skills. I just have to have a moment for myself. Okay. I think I'm ready to taste. You know, I thought I was gonna plate them. I had this already, but I'm just gonna eat them straight from the tray because I can't wait. I just can't wait. Okay, here I go. Look at that little almond piece in there. So sweet. The dates, it's definitely in my teeth. The dates are so nicely sweet. The almonds add substance, a little crunch. That chocolate on top just seals everything together. And the salt brings all of the flavors out. And that miso, and gives this sort of savory undertone. There's a little salt, just trying to pick up the salt. No salt left behind, you know what I'm saying? These are so good. You guys have to try these. You guys have to try these. Little crunch.
It's the best tasting protein.
Yeah? Yeah, it is. So, have I convinced you to eat more dates yet? No? Okay, that's kind of crazy. Well, challenge accepted. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for my irresistible date shake and show you how it's done.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Not to brag or anything, but there are a lot of date farms in my home of Southern California. And with the date farms comes date shakes. I wanted to make a super creamy and delicious date shake, but without any of the dairy. But shh, don't tell anyone. They'll never know. Okay, I've got to preface this recipe by telling you something. It is so easy to make, you'll never believe it. I'm just gonna add all of my ingredients into my blender, and it does all the work for me. I've got my dates here. They're pitted. Don't leave any pits in there. That may not end well for you. Adding them straight into my blender. To make that super creamy milkshake vibe, I am using frozen bananas. This is a great way to rescue any of your ripe or nearly perished bananas that have just kind of been sitting on your counter for a while. Freeze them, make banana bread with them, make this date shake, super versatile. Also, when you're freezing your bananas, make sure to just cut them up into cute little slices like this. It'll make it a lot easier to blend. I like the nice little ice cream vibe that these bananas will give this date shake. Super good and flavorful. And the bananas add even more natural sweetness. In we go. A couple more things I'm adding. Some vanilla extract. And because I really want to feel hugged by this date shake, I'm gonna add cinnamon because we all know cinnamon is like a hug in spice form. You know? Do you agree with me? I agree with me. Adding my cinnamon. Perfect. Now to blend everything together, I'm gonna use some unsweetened almond milk. You can totally use another non-dairy milk option. An oat milk or a coconut would be really nice here as well. Adding my almond milk into my blender. Beautiful. Now all we do is blend. Wasn't that so easy? Kind of crazy. I shouldn't have, but I did. Here we go. Prepare yourselves. I'm really excited. So I think we're done. Now all I'm gonna do, pour it into my glass and enjoy. Okay. I mean, look how creamy that is. That was it. That was our recipe. I need to send a picture to my parents. They're still in Southern California. They'll be really jealous. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now I get to drink it. So thick. It's too good. It's crazy that this is a plant-based milkshake. It's so creamy. It's so velvety, but there's no milk in it. We love a vegan date shake vibe. So good. Cute. This is so good. I could eat this forever. Eat it, drink it. I could drink it forever. My final recipe that really celebrates the magic of dates is an almond butter date caramel that you will want to put over your entire life, but we're just gonna put it on some French toast. I'm gonna go clean my blender and get the ingredients.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In college at Berkeley, whenever I went to breakfast with my friends, they would always go for the Eggs Benedict, the veggie omelets, but for me, I only had eyes for the French toast. There was a restaurant pretty close to campus called La Note that had one of the best French toasts I've ever had. It had a really nice and sweet, crisp exterior, and I knew I wanted to replicate something just like that in my own kitchen, but with a twist. So, inspired by the French toast of my dreams, we are going to be making a French toast with an almond butter date caramel. We're going to start by making an almond butter date caramel that is so luscious you will want to drown your entire life in it. But today we're just going to put it on some French toast. Let's start. Added some dates in my blender. We're going to add a little bit of almond butter. The almond butter is going to balance out the sweetness of the dates really nicely. To sweeten this up a little further and to add a little bit more of that caramel undertone, we're going to add some coconut sugar. To make a super luscious and velvety caramel, we're going to add some vanilla almond milk. I'm using vanilla here, but if you don't have a vanilla, if you just have it unsweetened, you can add a little touch of vanilla extract. My blender is truly my kitchen BFF, so now all we're going to do is blend it right up. And caramel will await us on the other end of this. Okay, I think we're looking good. Look at how luscious that is. And of course, a traditional caramel is made by heating sugar up on a stove, but this is my version of a caramel that uses dates. Now you can see why I want to put this over my entire life. Our almond butter date caramel is ready. All it needs now is some French toast, so I'm going to go grab the ingredients to make it.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's time to make our French toast. I've got all of the usual suspects here. My eggs, my cinnamon, my vanilla extract, and I also have some milk. I'm using almond milk here, but you can use your favorite. Gonna crack 2 of my eggs into my beautiful little pie dish here. Cute. Perfect. I'm gonna whisk my eggs together until you don't see any separation between the yolks and the white. Really putting my entire body into this. Whisking eggs, morning workout, perfect. French toast, workout of your day, okay, I'm on board. Okay, this looks nice and smooth. Now I'm gonna add some of my almond milk. Vanilla extract. Vanilla extract for me is a must when I'm making French toast. I just love that little extra sweetness, that little essence, really brings it to life. Little pinch of cinnamon now. We want this to be super smooth, super uniform. It's gonna be a nice little bath for our slices of bread. I'm gonna add a little coconut oil to my pan, let it melt, and then that's gonna be perfect for me to fry the bread in. Time to dredge our slices of bread in my little mixture here. I'm using sourdough bread here because I love that tangy taste. It's my favorite kind of bread. We're gonna let the bread really soak up that egg mixture. And by the way, French toast is a great use for your stale bread. So if you got any stale bread in your pantry, it's time to make some French toast. Gonna flip this over. Make sure it really soaks up all of that goodness. It smells really good already, which I know is crazy because we haven't even cooked it. One last step before I cook my French toast. I'm gonna add a little sprinkle of coconut sugar on both sides because I want that really sweet crispness on the exterior. Look at that. It's gonna get some nice color as well. Now we're going straight to my pan. You know what? No harm in adding a little extra sugar on top. So we want to cook these until they're nice and cooked through, golden brown on both sides, about 3 to 5 minutes per side. This is a great brunch recipe, a great breakfast recipe, and honestly, a great dinner recipe too. Like, who are we kidding? We can have French toast for dinner. There are no rules. I like pan frying these in coconut oil as well because I think it plays really nicely with that coconut sugar. All right, we are going to flip. You know, I consider myself a patient person, but then when I'm cooking French toast, I'm like, hurry up. Can't wait all day. It's not even that long. I don't know why I'm being so dramatic. Just gonna flip my second piece. Look at that color, looking so golden. Ready for a photo, ready for some caramel, some date caramel. All right, these are looking beautiful. I'm gonna transfer them to my plate. So I'm hungry. Do we think they're ready for their caramel? I think they're ready. All right. It's thick, it's luscious. I'm gonna be generous here. Nothing wrong with a little thick drizzle. Gotta dip in for some more. I really just went for it. I was trying to be delicate before, and now I'm just straight up going for it. I like having a little pool of caramel on the side. It looks really delicious. I'm gonna add some berries just to sidle up next to that date caramel, sit on top of it. They kind of stick nicely onto that caramel too. A little powdered sugar. You can't tell me you don't want this. You just can't tell me you don't want it. It looks so pretty. I think Lanote would be proud. I should probably send them a picture. Maybe I'll slide into their DMs. Oh, it looks so pretty. The almond butter caramel, while delicious, it is a brown color, and so is bread. So by adding pops of color like these berries, that powdered sugar, just really brings all of those colors and flavors to light. I'm going in. I'm immediately overwhelmed. I don't know where to go. Okay, here we go. We're going for it. Gonna get a nice little crust. Add a berry. Okay, bon appetit. I need a minute. That date caramel is like the best sub for a maple syrup. It's so much more flavorful, more complex. Those dates and the coconut sugar create this really nice marriage of sweetness. I love using sourdough here too because it's sour, it's kind of tart. Because it's so fermented, it goes so well with the sweetness of the caramel. The berries really make everything pop. I mean, I'm not trying to have like a French toast off with La Note, but I don't know. I think I might. And don't get me wrong, I love maple syrup. Sometimes we like switching it up. I love snacking on dates. They're my favorite thing ever. But this almond butter date caramel really shows how many things dates can do. We just love to date dates. They can do it all.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Good morning. Green light. U.S. officials now saying Vladimir Putin has already given the order for Russian troops to invade Ukraine. New intelligence tracking their movements and revealing a plot to arrest and kill Ukrainian citizens. But diplomacy still on the table. Overnight, President Biden agreeing to a summit with Putin if the Russian leader holds off on an invasion. So where does it all go from here? We're live in Ukraine and at the White House. And the National Security Advisor joins us live. Round two, powerful new storms set to race across the country. In the north, a nearly 2,000-mile path of snow and ice. In the south, severe weather, flooding, and possible tornadoes. Al is tracking it all. Concern for the Queen. Well wishes pouring in after the 95-year-old tests positive for the coronavirus. The palace saying she is experiencing mild symptoms and plans to carry on some of her royal duties. A live report from London just ahead. Basket brawl, chaos at the end of the Michigan-Wisconsin game after the Wolverines' head coach throws a punch, sparking a bench-clearing fight.
Yo, and Jawad Howard just threw a right hand. And now we got a scrub.
This morning, what led up to that ugly scene on the court and the punishment for Howard and others sure to come. All that plus, that's a wrap. The Winter Games come to a close after an Olympics like no other, marked by golden moments and controversy. And shining bright, the NBA All-Star Game dominated by a record-setting performance from Steph Curry.
I had a few flashback nightmares.
And a dramatic game winner from LeBron James in his return to Cleveland. Today, Monday, February 21st, 2022.
From NBC News, this is Today with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb, live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Thank you for joining us on this Monday morning, President's Day. I'm Chanel Jones alongside Tom Yamas. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Savannah and Hoda have a well-deserved day off today.
A lot of action on the court.
Yeah.
We're going to have to catch up on that. This week is starting off, though, like the last one ended. More winter weather concerns. Two systems set to make their way across the country, bringing heavy snow, damaging winds, and possible tornadoes. Al's got your full forecast coming up.
All right, but first, those fast-moving developments in the Ukraine crisis. Overnight, President Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin agreeing in principle to meet to discuss the situation. One major caveat from the White House that Russia does not invade.
Meantime, NBC News has learned the U.S. is now warning the United Nations that Moscow is compiling a list of Ukrainians to be, quote, killed or sent to camps following a military occupation. All of it coming as shelling in eastern Ukraine intensified over the weekend, stoking new fears that an attack is imminent.
We are covering it all this morning, from the White House to Ukraine. And in a moment, we'll talk to President Biden's national security advisor. But first, NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, joins us from Ukraine with the very latest. Richard, good morning.
Good morning, Chanel. Every day in Ukraine, it seems like we are now taking 2 steps closer to war and then take 1 step backwards, with apparently diplomacy back in the cards. But U.S. officials are warning that Russia could still soon invade with the help of Russian-backed separatists who are just about a mile from here, and that also Russia is planning a campaign of repression after it invades, including drawing up lists of Ukrainian activists who potentially could organize a resistance movement or an underground, and that Russia would use these lists to track down the activists and arrest them or kill them. Russia this morning denied that any such lists exist, calling it a total lie. But what is not in dispute is that frontline positions like this one are heating up.
These may be the opening shots of a war that could tear up the map of Europe. Russian-backed separatists fighting in a largely ignored conflict for 8 years against the Ukrainian government have dramatically stepped up artillery and mortar attacks, firing on houses seemingly at random in government-held areas. Villagers tell us Ukrainian forces are firing back. Roman Yanukovych, a security guard at a fish cannery, says he'd just left his house when an artillery round exploded. It came, he says, from the separatist areas. But over the fields in separatist territory, the mirror is twisted. The